And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something very different, something very special. Welcome back to the 5.4K patch clash number 2. I'm of course just VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well, and by a crazy patch. Oh boy. Let's go. Let's jump right on into it here as we have our TVP and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Celestial Enclave. We have the orange Terran player. We have the American Terran. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Patches. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Teal Protoss player. We have representing Born Gosu. Oh, representing Born Gosu, it is Green Earth. And if you're in the chat, predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, I would typically favor Green Earth. He would typically be a heavy favorite, but at the same time, we're playing on a new patch. Oh boy. It doesn't help that we're also playing on different maps as well. Chat, I mean, there's a lot to get into when it comes to the map itself. I believe this is one of the maps that was submitted for the TLMC. Interesting. We have mineral walls to go through the natural. Okay, you have my attention. So we have a pocket base, but we also have a mineral wall that you can go through with your workers, so you can actually scout, and you can potentially cannon rush as well. As a result, bear that in mind, so you can dip in and out of each other's bases. Likewise, the third base here, or the natural, is actually very secure. High ground. There's an entrance here on the left hand side. Looks like these rocks could be knocked down. Honestly, this looks like a really easy map to secure yourself on 3 bases. Very easily secured on 3 bases. And even the 4th base as well. You can knock down the towers. This looks like a very turtley, I say turtley map, a map where you can establish yourself on 3 and 4 bases relatively easily here. I feel like this map is featuring some concepts that have fallen by the wayside in modern StarCraft. Maps where you can secure yourself on a base kind of like this are few and far between. Like I'm thinking of Tokamak, for example, but even this I feel like is even a little bit more extreme compared to Tokamak. Interesting. But what is more interesting than the map, arguably, is the patch. Welcome to the first of many mod tournaments that feature a patch that Patches came up with himself in a way. This is the second iteration of the patch itself, of the tournament I should say, and there's a lot of changes, so many changes. I was skimming over it just before the cast and I was like, this is crazy. Like, from my understanding, it's not meant to be balanced. It's not designed necessarily to be balanced. It is more for fun. It is more for fun, more to shake things up and more to shake the meta more than anything. Less so about like strictly, is this balanced compared to this, and things of that nature. It's meant to be refined over time more so than anything. It does emphasize more enjoyment and entertainment more than anything as well, which is crazy. When it comes to the patch itself, there's honestly too much to go through, as we will delay the CC. Nice start here for Greener, getting 2 SCV kills already. He does get 2. But what I will say, kind of in summary when it comes to the patch, is that there are a lot of upgrades. Specifically for Terran and Protoss, it feels like Zerg was touched the least, to be honest. Like, looking over the patch notes, it does feel like Zerg is the most similar. Which on the one hand means, oh, there's less I have to look up, but on the other hand, I don't think I'm gonna cast any Zerg players anyway. I mean, feels bad, man. Feels bad. But as you know, when it comes to online tournaments, there's barely any Zerg players to begin with, and same with this tournament here. There's not that much Zerg representation. We're expecting more TVT, TVP, and PvP instead. Which happens to be where most of the changes are. Speaking of, we already have our first upgrade on the way, and again, there are a lot of new upgrades. A lot of new upgrades have been added to the game for Protoss and for Terran, and it's honestly a little bit daunting. We do have a Dark Shrine on the way. DTs are also working very differently. I believe DTs, they are only cloaked if they have max shields. I believe if they end up losing some and they also, that's why you need the shield battery, true. There's so many changes. Only one is actually cloaked. Yeah, only one is cloaked, the other is within vision. So a little bit mistimed here from Green Earth, and he'll be shut down. So a couple things just happened here. So when it comes to this patch, DTs, DTs, when any unit now, when they warp in outside of range of a gateway, they warp in without shields. And DTs require full shields to be cloaked. So because that's why there was a shield battery here, because the shield battery was meant to actually regenerate the shields of the DTs to cloak them, but Green Earth moved out a little bit too soon. One of them wasn't completely full of shields, so it was within vision. There was a Raven as well. Go completely shut down. Got shut down. But that is one of the biggest changes, and I don't know if it's the most balanced, but the biggest change is that these proxies like this, when units warp in, don't have any shields. Also, Warp Gate as well. When units warp in using a Warp Gate, also 0 shields as well. So Warp Gate harass is very diminished. With units now only warping in with half their HP with former Warp Prism. Sorry, no, I didn't mean to say Warp Gate, I meant to say Warp Prism. That is crazy. Specifically for Warp Prism harass and Warp Prism usage and the ability to reinforce across the map as well. So Protoss aggression, Protoss harassment and aggression as well has been nerfed quite a bit in this patch, in this mod. More so than I feel like as much fun as a lot of the other like upgrades are when it comes to changing certain units, I feel like that is the biggest change. The fact that again the Warp Prism, Warp Gates, and just Warp Ins in general have been nerfed in such a way. Meanwhile, we're just expanding. We do see Green Earth expanding in a linear fashion. He's not quite going for the pocket base yet. Likewise, Patch is also securing himself here on a 2-base setup, getting into his own bio tank. Another change here. I mean, there's so many changes, and again, I only just kind of glossed over, so I would recommend people maybe pointing things out in the chat as well. I would appreciate it. But I know there's an upgrade for tanks, for example, to reduce friendly fire. Oh, as one tank does go down. Nice figure fear from Green Earth. At the same time, Patches, he commits across the map here with 2 bases. Green Earth does backstab. Boys are being cool to repair. Patches, he does defend. And Patches, he's just walking straight up in towards the natural. It does go in. It does go in. Gets a shield battery, gets a pylon, depowers a robo. And Green Earth just doesn't really have much here. There's not much really to defend. There's no robo production. Stalkers, they come in from behind though. Nice snipe. Yeah, nice snipe here. Does take down the tank, and with the death of that tank, it looks like Green Earth should hold. Whew. Yeah, that was close. Thankfully, he didn't have that backstab. Probe's still going to be going down, but Green Earth will clean this up. Sniping every medevac. Every medevac goes down. One does barely escape. Oh no. And we're double expanding. You can see here we're building a CCL location on the pocket base. Likewise here on the right hand side as well, another base is being taken. So both players are expanding away from each other. I would have assumed they would have expanded here towards that more forward location, but that is not the case. So both players are expanding away. You have double forge, double upgrades here from Green Earth, getting into Blink. It was a DT based opener, so the opener did set Green Earth behind. Oh, the boys were here. A bit of a misrally. As boys, they were left behind. So he's going to be going down. Storm is another ability that was changed, of course. Actually, you know what? I may as well just quickly go over it. There's your drop coming in. But Storm is cheaper, but at the same time, I believe it does less damage. Sorry, it does less burst damage, I should say. It does the equivalent amount of damage over time, but at a slower rate. Maybe that's the way of putting it. So Storm has been changed, so it's a Disruptor. True. So Patch is moving out towards the left-hand side, moving out with his main army. We'll see if he can cause a distraction. Storm is done. Speaking of the high tempo, don't quite get caught out. Patches, what's going on? Yeah, Patches didn't quite notice in time. Does run into the army. Storm's going to be popping up. Oof, losing a full medevac. And medevac goes down. Patches does pull everything back home. pull everything back home. Likewise, Storm on the ramp. Heads towards the bases. Yeah, just zoning patches away. And Greener is snowballing out of control. Snowballing out of control, just getting into top of the CCs. Getting top of the bases. Storm mainly zoning away. And Patches is in a rough place here. What the hell is that? What is this? Oh my god. So do you charge upgrade as well? Like that's just too much to keep up with. Quickly check. New upgraded Kinetic Resurgence. There we go. Upgrades charge to restore 20 shields on successful impact. Jesus, that's crazy. Okay. So apparently that's a charge. I mean, that now explains the color, I suppose. But whenever Zealots charge in, they do trigger shields now. Once it finishes. Yeah, as we just committed. Nice EMP, though. Very nice EMP. High Templar that were clumped up. No storms. No storms. Zealots as they do collapse in, getting into the first tank. Tank goes down. Boys are being pulled. Patch is getting desperate. Reinforces they race back over. They run into more Zealots. I feel like Kinetic Resurgence is crazy because like charge-based openers are already quite powerful, or they can be quite powerful, quite defensive, I should say. They already have their place in the mid to late game, so getting a buff like a shield recharge buff sounds crazy. But GG gets called, and Green Arts will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Greenert, he does take a lead in the series. Again, there was a lot going on there. And when it came to the game itself, I mean, for the most part, it was looking pretty normal as to what we expect. A lot of the upgrades didn't actually get to impact the game too much. We didn't quite get there. Likewise, we had a cheeky start by Greenert, and he did fall behind going for the Proxy Dark Shrine. It did not really pay for itself. It did fall on its face. But we saw that maybe Patches overextended in the aftermath, pushing towards the natural, pushing towards the bases of Greenert. Did overextend, lose his army, and did lose a lot of momentum after losing said army as well. GG. GG, well played with that. We're getting into game number 2. Greenert does take a lead in the series, and we'll see where this takes us. We shall see. After the series, we'll be going over the bracket itself, going over the brackets, and catching up on the matches as well. We'll get there, we'll get there. We go. What chance? Oh, as here we go. What chance does a patch like this? Have going to a pro level? Good way to get new strategies. If you're talking about I think there's like 2 questions here maybe. What are the chances that pro players start actively competing and using this patch, and tournaments start using this patch, or if this patch gets pushed live? I think I would say, again, as I mentioned before, patches, I think he intentionally has stated that this patch is more designed for fun more than anything, but I believe there are some changes here that may be taken and may be added. So in a way, I think this is good for maybe testing purposes, testing out different things, different ideas, and potentially, you know, pushing them forward to like another patch, to like something that's maybe a little bit more tame, a little bit more quote-unquote realistic when it comes to patching the game. I can see that happening for sure, but we'll see. We'll see. Regardless, spawning in the top left-hand corner of washouts, we have the Teal Protoss player. We have the Teal Protoss himself. Oh, Rosane-born Gosu. It is Greenert. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Orange Terran player. We have the Orange Terran himself. It is Patches. What are we getting into? Okay. I think I've cast on Washout before, if I'm not mistaken. So another one of these newer maps in the map pool. Looks like we have hybrid bases here towards the top and bottom side in the center. We have the center, not Zelnaga, but center rocks here that can be knocked down to open up the center area as well. Yeah, more hybrid bases on the edge. Okay, okay. That's a lot of towers. Wait, what? Do these towers destroy the gold minerals? It looks like it would, right? Like, if you knock down this tower, it would go over specifically the gold minerals. Like, here as well. Okay, interesting. So it looks like we have destructible minerals potentially. Yeah, even here. Yeah, even here. Here's its cooling tower, and it's right over the gold minerals. So it looks like every gold mineral patch is destructible. Okay. As patches does open up with a proxy factory. Ooh, one base all in. One base all in patches. 2 axes back at home. 1 factory across the map. We are committing. We are all in. So Mass Reaper alongside Hellion, I would assume. We'll see. Oh, the Ewoks are dancing. Let's go. Over a dead body? Question mark. But yes, Patches, he's going to commit. Behind this Green Earth, he is going for his Probe Scout. Sorry, he's going for the Adept Scout. So late Scout out of Green Earth. Ay, ay, ay. Does move in, takes down one of the Reapers, does scout 3 Reapers already. That is a sign, that is a tell, that something is wrong. And the Green Nerd, he will need shield batteries. So he has an idea that something is amiss. We're going into Proxy Armory. Okay. Proxy Army for not Proxy Heli, but Proxy Widow Mine. Likewise, we have an upgrade on the way here on the Tech Lab. This, what is this? Okay, hold on. I gotta consult my notes. Terran Widowmine. Okay, so once again, the army does allow the Widowmine to be cloaked once it gets borrowed. True. These Reapers are pushing in. What is that upgrade there? Oh, right, there's a Reaper upgrade. True. I think that's a Reaper upgrade, which does more damage to buildings. There we go. As Reapers are moving in, we have Glaives on the way here for Green Earth. Smash also going off. So far, getting baited. Almost. They're almost getting baited. But the upgrade is called Enhanced Munitions. That's it. So Enhanced Munitions. Yeah, it does bonus damage to buildings. So he can try to break through that shield battery. Not much easier, but Reapers are still going to be going down. Askina. Testing some of the Reapers. Oh, as you can see here, oh my god. The shield battery goes down. Reapers can now bust down buildings. Likewise, again, Widow Mines are cloaked. Detection's on the way. Reapers are going for the pylons. Mines are going down. Oof. Ready for the fire. But yeah, the KDA charge is also a little bit larger as well, visually. For good reason. And Patches behind this, he will expand. It's a very delayed expansion. Patches, he was 1 base all in. Now he's taking a natural base, but so delayed. He expands as Greener gets a 3rd. So Greener, he's outscaling Patches. He's outscaling him. Once again, he does rotate, does head into the main base. There's a couple soldiers in position, only a couple. Oh, Ah, but Blink is done. Yeah, Blink is done. These Reapers are all going to be cleaned up. Despite the new fancy upgrade, they didn't really get too much done. They killed a pylon, killed a shield battery. But has been completely shut down. Every Reaper falls. It was a cheeky build that is a little bit more unique to this patch. True. I appreciated that. Oof. Himba. But Green, he was just playing solid. Playing standard. Getting into the mid game. Otherwise, Waddle's in. Yeah, it does head across map. Reapers. We're still going mass. Gee, I didn't even notice. I assumed we were just going to be switching to Bite, but no, he's still going mass Reaper. Still nothing but Reapers. The boys are being pulled. The Reapers are committed to the main base. They're going for the Robo. And they will kill it. Jesus, they destroy buildings so quickly. Robo goes down, but the Colossus pops. GG gets called, and Green Earth, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Reapers getting a taste of how things used to be. Back in the day, they used to actually have grenades that would actually destroy buildings quite quickly, or damage buildings quite heavily. Here we kind of go back to that here, and it's from my understanding, the purpose of that KDA charge upgrade is just to give Reapers a little bit more utility getting to a longer game. I don't know how accurate that is. Like, I'm thinking of like a standard game state. I don't know if it's ever really viable to switch into Reaper production from Marine or Marauder production, just to harass, just to be able to deal more damage to buildings. It does feel like a very niche upgrade, but hey, we got to see it. Good to see it showcased here. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Green Earth's claim it. And with that, let's catch up in the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's go. Exclamation mark be in the chat. Have a look at the back here yourselves. From the top, we have Berry Crunch. Berry Crunch takes on Checkmate 2-0, waiting for the winner of Nina and Bomyoja. Nina is going to be the heavy favorite to maybe take the entire tournament, but I just remembered, how could I forget? This is a 5.4k tournament. I believe Nina is off racing. And it would have been, I had the option. I was very tempted to jump onto Nina versus Bomyoja. But in my mind, I was like, it's going to be a PvP. I'll step away. I'll cover a different match instead. But it's not a PvP. Nina might be playing Zerg, might be playing Terran. But Nina is playing another race instead. True. To keep things a little bit more balanced. Likewise, Mixu is also off racing, and I believe Inexorable is also off racing as well. Scrolling down, we have Isop up against J Money in the next round. We have Inexorable. He's waiting for the winner of Front Stab and Sodavlad. We have Mixu up against Green Earth in the next round. That is going to be our next series. Now, I don't know how strong Nina's Protoss and Zerg is. So if Nina was playing Protoss, I would say Nina's the heavy favorite to win the entire tournament. But with Nina off racing, it's harder to call. So I will say it's going to be harder to call, for sure. It's catching up in the chat. And also a big shout to Jojo. Not Go-Go Power Ranger, but Jojo Power Ranger. Thank you. Subscribing for 2 months. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. Oh no. Thinking of Dio in a Power Ranger outfit. Lovely. Thank you so much. I didn't notice during the game. TG. That's a good sandbox, yeah. Yo, I see patches in the chat. It's very niche. It got used a lot in the last event, which is cool though. Oh, nice. Good to see. All good patches, all good. Happy to cover it. Can we nerf Greener? Imba. True. Imba, baby. Imba. Crazy. Don't the upgrade make sense in the game speed of nowadays? I mean, kind of. Like as I mentioned, it does feel like a very niche upgrade. As Patches is saying, it does actually not just buff the grenade, but also. Oh no, it's just an upgrade to the grenade. Yeah. But we can see it being used in cheese, in aggression, for sure. Also, I think Mixu is playing Terran. I'm not entirely certain if he's playing Terran or Protoss. I don't know if Patches has any insight on that, with what Mixu is using as an off-race. We'll find out together. Likewise, whether Nina's playing Zerg or Terran as well. True. But we might just go on a short break here. Also, before I forget, this is a double elimination tournament, as you can kind of see it down there, but it is double elimination, so Patches is still in the tournament. He's still in the tournament. I believe the lower bracket is best of ones, though. I believe that's purely best of ones, so best of luck, Patches, in your upcoming games, your upcoming matches, as we're going to be following Greenert into Mixu. That is going to be the next match here on the broadcast. Greenert versus Mixu. As for now, we are going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have a next series, we'll have a next matchup. We'll have either a PvT or a PvP. Oh boy. We'll be back soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the 5.4K patch clash number 2. We've returned with another Terran versus Protoss matchup. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylands, we have the Finnish Terran player, typically Zerg, but off-racing as Terran. It is Mixu. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Teal Protoss player. We have the Teal Protoss himself representing Born Gosu. It is Greenert. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we settle into our TVP. Here we go. So we've already gotten a bit of a taste of what's to come in this matchup. We spoke about the warp in and warp gate mechanic, how that has been heavily changed. We did bring up some of the new upgrades here, like the new charge upgrade, or like the new zealots as well, like the, of course, new upgrade for KDA charge, advanced munitions. We'll see how our players will approach this though, as we load into one of the more standard maps, as we load into Leylines. The previous series also just continued to incorporate just newer maps, more experimental maps at times as well, and because of that added an extra layer here to those games. Here we're back to something that we are aware of, something that we're used to, and we'll see how our players will approach this. How will they approach? So for the time being, we are going for an economic tournament. Racks expand here by Mixu, everything looking normal. Likewise, gate type expand out of Greenert as well. So standard openers all around. We spoke about some of the changes to the High Templar, for example, how the duration of the storm now lasts longer, but to compensate for that, of course, it still does the same amount of damage, so it's just less damage over time. Or I guess equivalent damage, but at a lower rate. So it's less punishing, essentially. Storm is less punishing. That most likely is going to factor into this series, potentially. Assuming Greenert does go into Storm. But now they're settling into a 1-1-1. And we spoke about this for SCL, but it is definitely apparent here as well. But now is the time to make tournaments with these patches, with these different mods, with these different game modes as well. Like, now is the time, just because we're in the off season, we're in the off season of StarCraft. Now is when discussion is being had for other game modes or for different changes to the game as well. Now would be the time. Stim is being researched. So really early stim here at Mixu. Interesting. This is not normal, as typically we'd be going into safety cyclone, safety tank production as well, but just very fast stim out of our Terran player. A little bit more unorthodox here from our Terran, from Mixu. This can be abused, this can be punished with a heavy amount of Blinkstalker aggression, but Greenert is actually going for, not a Twilight Council, going for a Robo Opener into a Bay into Colossus. So this is very safe play. What I mean by that is that because there's no Blink inside, because there's no Twilight Council, Greenert, he's not pushing. He's not going to push, he's not really going to apply much pressure whatsoever. He's playing more defensively more than anything. At least until he builds up his Colossus. This is very old school. It's a slower style, a much slower style. Greenert's headed towards his armory as well. Interesting. Armory is on the way. Did I miss something? What happened to these SCVs? Like, nothing died. Did he? What? What happened? Why are they all almost dead? Did like a mine shot go off? So far, our 4 mines going down. Remember, armory is done, which means cloak is required. Oof. 2 mines left. 2 mines left. Observers on the way. this will be cleaned up. So again, now there's more. Now, yeah, I would say now there's more incentive in going for a robo opener for builds like this. True. But yeah, what happened here? Like, why is everything almost dead? Like, what? Oh, hallucination. Of course. Okay. Like in my mind, I was trying to go through what it could have been, but it looks like there was a hallucination scat, which caused a friendly fire. Okay. It's like, well, I was like, what the hell? But yeah, true. Once with the reintroduction of something like an armory, it does mean that robos are a little bit more necessary early on before your third base. I mean, when it comes to the meta of PvT, we're already getting robos before third bases. Like going 3-gate blink robo is very common and very standard. It would just make it even more common and more standard. It's already a rare sight to see a Protoss player delay their robo in this matchup. As Colossus are on the way. Liberator, let's move out. And a big shout out to Sound Sound in the chat, man. God. Thank you so much for subscribing for 57 months. That's a lot of months, man. That's a lot of months. Thank you. Como siempre. Twitch Prime. Something that we didn't get to touch on here is that charge has also been changed quite a bit in this patch. Not just the new upgrade on top of charge to add shields whenever a unit does charge successfully, but here also charge is can now be targeted on the ground. It doesn't have to be targeted on the unit, and that means that you can charge preemptively. It also means that you can charge defensively. You can charge away from your opponents as they're chasing you down. So charge is now a lot more. There's a lot more skill that can be expressed, I would say, with charge. Because you can charge in, you can charge away. On top of that, I believe Zealots have 10 more shields than previously. We'll see if Greener make use of it. As so far, the game has been pretty passive. Sure, we had the Mind Drop, but I mean, we spoke about it, right? Because of the robo-based opener, this was a more defensive build here by Greenert, and he has been more defensive. Ideally, he wants to be engaging with his opponent. Ideally, he wants Mixu to be hyper-aggressive into him, but Mixu has also been quite passive as well. Getting his third base up and running, taking up into gross production as well, so we're kind of like no rush, 10 minutes. Building up. Oh, Mixu may be the first to move out. Charge system behavior, is it like a potential patch change proposal that they're playing on? Kind of. I don't know if I would say this is a new proposal, but this is a new mod that features a bunch of changes, and yeah, we're kind of, you know, testing it out. But there's a bunch of changes, Jesus. That's Greener, he does rotate. Tanks in position. A little bit further back so we can shell away here out of the depots. At the same time across the map, the Liberators have arrived. 9 pro kills in total. Not bad. Mitsuki is holding on. Stefan not losing any workers. He's getting ready for his own dive. And Greener will pull away. And pulls away, gets the hell out of here. Dallas pull back, getting into Storm. Now, once again, just to reiterate, we spoke about the DTs. DTs work very differently here. Dark Templar, they do require full shields to be able to cloak. If at any moment they take damage, then they can no longer cloak. Speaking of, we do have an upgrade on the way. I think that's a DT base. I don't know what that upgrade is. Hold on. Looking it up. Move in. Does run past some of the mines. Ooh, mines going up. Jeez, but that's how many. We have 5 Colossus. Oh my god. Who needs Storm? EMPs do connect on the High Templar. No Storms, but there are just so many Colossus. But there's no support. There's no support for the Colossus. The Vikings, where's the anti-air? There is none. Yeah, no anti-air. 1 Colossus goes down. 2, 3 Colossus fall. The Vikings, they go to town. And with that, Mixu does hold on. Oh, Mixu holds on across him. He swipes the Colossus. Colossus goes down. There's 1 Colossus left. Mixu going for the dive. Oof. And Greener, he's hurting. That was his moment. That was his moment. That was his time to try to end the game then and there. But again, he ran out of anti-air, ran out of stalkers. Racing on over. Tachyon emitters. Oh, that's a stalker upgrade. Okay, interesting. Increases stalker range by 1. Oh my god. What are they, Dragoons? As Justin landed Viking Harassy on the right hand side. 7 probes going down. At the same time, this time Storm is done. Storm is ready. Here come the EPs. Oh. Let's move back 1. Feedbacks all it goes, not bad. But the mind shot's like, oh god, no! The Zelts are clumping. Wouldn't mind to do punish. For those that are curious, this upgrade here, it's a shield charge upgrade. Basically, with this upgrade completing, it means that Zelts, whenever they charge in, whenever they successfully charge and hit a unit, they will regenerate shields. So it does give Zealots more longevity, it does give them more sustain. It's honestly a pretty big upgrade. Oh no, for the Widow Mines, oh god. The Widow Mines, they reset. Just rotating over the right hand side. There it is, a kinetic resurgence. There you go. I believe it's 20 shields with a successful charge. It's going up. Yeah, these Widow Mines have been so annoying. There we go, the observers are now repositioning. Mixu catching up the army. Storms have yet to really be too impactful in this game so far. Green is keeping up with the drop. Green is keeping up. Widow Mines are still resetting. Finally, some of them are going to be going down. Finally. With the fusion core on the way. Oh god, as we are setting in the storms. Storms do pop up. EMP does graze the High Templar. With Greener bouncing back. Greener keeps holding on. Mixu, he hasn't really embraced any of the newer upgrades, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's been playing this relatively standard. Like there's like a new Viking upgrade that we can delve into, which I don't think it'll be too useful here, but there's 1, 2, 3 Vikings that'll be going down. The Bio comes from behind, gets one. The Colossus gets one. Just the one. But the others are so low. Vikings, they can just dive in. There's not enough anti-air, and once again the Colossus count gets completely reset. Losing every Colossus. Ay, ay, ay. Mixu will reinforce and Greener. It's once again the Colossus count was reset. He's lost 8 Colossus so far in this game. That's insane. Hang in there. Does Mixu play a lot of Terran? Yeah. I mean, he plays Terran when he plays StarCraft Illusion, right? When he plays SC Evo, I believe he also whips out his Terran. I think he plays Brood War Terran instead of Brood War Zerg, if I'm not mistaken. collapsing in the army at the same time. Does have a force here to defend back at home. He's holding on. Still popping up. Blood harass is attempted. Let's get into the mineral lines at the same time. Make sure he does commit in. But he's pushing into 4 Colossus. Oh god. And with that, the light count's being reset. Greener, he holds. He holds at home across the Zelda, still wreaking havoc at 12 SCV kills. Nice run by. Hold on, I'm quickly checking it. Has there been any changes to the Colossus I should be made aware of? No. Colossus was untouched in this patch. Okay. Just double checking. For a lot of units, I said that like this patch does introduce a lot of different upgrades. That's true, but a lot of the base units have been adjusted as well. So I was just double checking that that wasn't the case for the Colossus. It's a pretty extensive patch list. Patch notes. Mixu once again will punish. There's just not really much anti-air here for Greener. Once again, his army is lacking. Right, these have been some expensive losses over time. We were bringing it up earlier, but so far 10 Colossus have gone down. Greener's had a really hard time preserving his Colossus, so he's had to rebuild them, which means his ground army, his supportive army, is lackluster. He just doesn't really have much to support his army. His economy is okay, but again, like the army just has not built up over time. And Mixu's maxed. Mixu's maxed out. Snipe popping up. True, that's another big change actually, is that snipe is no longer cancelled when a ghost gets hit. So previously you could cancel snipe, and now you can no longer. But the leash range is shorter. True. So you can break the snipe by moving away a little bit easier. But the snipe no longer gets interrupted, which is crazy. It's crazy. Likewise, the ghost also has, I think it's 10 less HP, has a little bit less HP, has less leash range. Oh shit, I think the leash range is pretty important when it comes to trying to like pull away from a ghost-based army. As Greener, he's going to get fully surrounded. He's going far too into enemy territory. He gets fully surrounded. Colossus goes down. The army goes down, and that was it. That was the army for Greener. He doesn't really have much left. Again, we spoke earlier how he's been struggling to preserve his army here as well. Just fully surrounded, completely shut down, and Greener, he plummets in supply. He doesn't really have much remaining. Does have a standing army here on the right hand side, but towards the left, there's nothing in position. Liberators do siege, and Mixu is going for the kill. Going for the kill, going for the throat. And he can tank some storms. And GG gets called with that. And Mixu takes game number 1. GG. Mixu does take a lead in the series. Impressive start here from our Terran player. Again, Mixu, he's known for mainly competing as Zerg, but he does play Terran from time to time, and clearly in a good place with that. He didn't really delve too much when it comes to some of the more quirky or niche upgrades here and there, but instead just played more straight up. We saw that Greener was playing very Colossus heavy, but as you mentioned, he was losing so many throughout the course of that game. He never really built up. There was a moment where he had 5 Colossus, true, but he had no support. He had no ground army to keep and sustain that Colossus force when it comes to anti-air and even Zelts as well. So the army never quite got there for Greener. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Pylon, and we'll see if Green Nerds can recover. We'll see if Mixu can close it out. As it looks like the initial rounds are wrapping up. The first round has concluded, and the first round of the low bracket also concluding as well. So it's concluding. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon. We have the finish, typically Zerg, but here Terran player leading the series 1-0. And we'll see if he can claim it here and now. We'll see if he can advance on to the quarterfinals. It is Mixu. Sorry, to the semifinals here. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the teal Protoss player. The teal Protoss representing Born Gosu. It is Greener. Go. Oh, hello. As Mixu is going to be opening up 2-Rex Reaper. This becomes even more deadly now. We can open up we can go 3-Rex Reaper, and we can follow this up with the upgrade as well. Wait, hold on. There's a lot going on right now. 2-Rex Reaper is a rare sight against Protoss in such a manner here, so really curious to see how this all does unfold. Again, because of the new Reaper upgrade, I believe it's locked behind some tech though. We'll quickly double check. Requires a factory, that's it. So the new upgrade does require a factory to actually start researching, not just a tech lab. So there's a little bit further tech behind this, but we could try to open up double Reaper and then go for the factory behind this and then get into the upgrade and try to overwhelm a Protoss player. Again, I do feel like this build probably works best against Protoss just because of the damage you can deal to the shield battery or the damage you can deal to the pylon. Protoss are quite heavily reliant on the shield battery early on to defend, to hold, so if you can find a way to break through that, you can maybe pop off. We'll see. You have my attention. Go. Reaper's moving out. Tech Lab's on the way. Now, does he realize that he needs the factory? I think, because I believe this Tech Lab is to get into the new KDA charge upgrade. But remember, you need the factory to actually start that upgrade. Reaper breaks in. Oh no, never mind. Okay, switching into bio. Never mind. He knows what he's doing. Okay. So we opened 2-Rex Reaper initially, only 2 Reapers, then into a really fast switch into bio, going into concussive shell. Interesting. Greener, he does spot this. Spot this, does recall in time. We'll save the Stalker. And unfortunately, I would say that Mixu's already revealed his hand. Typically, when you're going to fast concussive shell like this, you're hoping to try to cash out a unit early on, but Greener, he already scouted, he already saw the upgrade, he saw the Marauder, he recalled, he knows that he's in danger, and Greener, he should be staying more defensively back at home instead. So I don't really see Mixu getting much done here. We already have the shield battery, and soon to be a sentry as well. We'll have force fields. Moving out, going for the sentry. Sentry goes down. Nice snipe. Without that sentry, yeah, now going for the shield battery. Shield battery also goes down. Greener, he's in danger. He's in trouble. Oof. Losing another Stalker. Boys are being pulled. Greener getting desperate. And Greener, he will hold here, but he will lose a lot of workers. So 5 probes going down. Greener taking up into a dark shrine behind this. Okay. Okay, sure. Let's go. And Stim is almost done. Just need to wait a little bit longer here. Boys up full to repair. 2 SCVs. Losing up to 4, losing up to 5. 5 workers going down. Mixu's economy here is struggling. Again, no safety bunker, so there was no, there was nothing to protect set SCVs. Nothing to zone away. Stim is now done.
Game paused.
Oh, hopefully everything's okay. I didn't even notice. we're just playing at a standard game. Okay. I like how it took until now for them to realize. I guess they tried. I guess we attempted to get an upgrade here, or maybe we just warped in. God damn it. Okay. Never mind. God damn it. Yeah, either Green or he just warped in out of range of a gateway and noticed that he had shields, or he tried to get an upgrade and was like, hold up, something's wrong. To be fair, I didn't notice either. I mean, nothing so far like came into play that required the mod. Scan reveals the Dark Shrine. It's fine, we can pretend, Pat. We can pretend. God damn it. See, this is where I would have loved to have seen Mixu have gone for the factory at the beginning of the game and then realized and be like, hold up. we're not on the mod and I'm set up to rush into Mass Reaper. Oh, God. But this is going to be a brutal timing here. Stim is done. +1 is finishing up as well for Mixu. He is moving out across the map. Greener back at home. Because of his build of choice, doesn't really have much to work with. We have the first Colossus on the way. He has Blink, that is true, but there's no Forge working towards Charge. It takes a while to really get into this. And here comes Mixu, especially on Pylon. Mixu is here to punish and here to maybe just end the game. A couple of boys are being pulled. The army gets spotted. Do we have any force fields? The answer is yes. We do have some sentries. But he just hallucinated. Yeah, Dust hallucinates. Stim's on in, going for the kill, and there's nothing to hold on here. There is no army. GG gets called. Mixu will claim the series 2-0 and advance on to the next round. GG. GG, well played with that. Mixu, he will claim the series. Congratulations, and we'll do a better job at making sure that we're actually loading into the mod. God damn it. But GG, well played. Mixu will claim the series, and meanwhile, Greenert is going to be knocked down to the lower bracket. And let's catch up. Let's catch up on the bracket itself. Let's figure out what's been going on. Behind this, we do have Inexorable. Inexorable is mid-series versus Soda Vlad. Winner goes up against Mixu in the next round. Meanwhile, Isop, it takes down J Money, and Isop is waiting for the winner of Berry and Nina in the next round as well. So working through the upper brackets. Remember, there is a lower bracket as well that is currently ongoing. That is best of ones. Pure best of ones down there. They're currently mid-series. They are facing off, but we are going to be focusing on the upper portion of the bracket, following our players into the next round. So we have a bit of downtime. We have a bit of downtime here. Meanwhile, I still don't know what Nina's playing. Is Bomyoja casting? Or is he still playing? He's playing. Okay. Let's have a look here. Nina is playing Zerg. Okay. We might be able to cast some Zerg. As Nina, her Zerg is pretty good. Server plus always. Let's go. Fun fact, actually, I glossed over and I skimmed the patch notes for Protoss and Terran. I actually didn't even look at Zerg because I was like, I'm not gonna cast any Zerg anyway. Like, it doesn't matter. But with Nina playing Zerg, it means that we can feature some Zerg. Okay, let's have a look at the patch itself. So patch notes. The hatchery cost decrease from 275 to 250. Max larva. I know there's been a lot of changes to the larva, which is interesting. Max larva with spawning pool complete from 3 up to 4, but with injects from 19 down to 10. So it looks like patches is removing the ability to kind of like stack injects and stack larva as heavily. So he is going to be taking that away. As we get into the lair increases the amount of larva that you have available, I believe. Yeah, max larva up to 6. And then higher max larva up to 10, but still max 10. Okay. So there's going to be more base larva available, but injects are, I mean, again, they can't be stacked as heavily. Spore changes. Base damage reduced, but increased versus biological. Which, I mean, was already a controversial change to begin with. I'm referring to the increased damage versus biological, which is really only for versus Muta and ZVZ. But yeah, the base damage has been reduced, which has also been spoken about as well, just because right now it does deter, like, Oracle Harass especially. Like, it's a, right now, a really strong way to deal with Oracles in ZVP. Spine Crawler build time reduced. Queen, let's have a look here. Ground damage has been reduced as well. Speed of creep increased. Okay, interesting. Transfuse can now be used off of creep. Oh god, what is this? Okay. So, Queen's being faster off of creep, and Queen's also being able to transfuse off of creep does really strengthen Queen-based all-ins specifically in ZVP. You don't really see them against Terran, you don't really see them against Zerg, but specifically in ZVP, I'm talking about German taxis and Queen walks across the map are going to be much stronger here, as you no longer have to rely on creep. So that's going to be a big change. Let's have a look. HP increase for Banelings, so that's going to be like a reversion of what happened previously. Roaches, new upgrade. Bifurcated incubation. Hive tech upgrade. Wait, what is this? Hive tech upgrade reduces the supply cost of roaches to 1. There's an upgrade that reduces supply block. That's innovative. That's different. we've never had something like that before. An upgrade that reduces the supply of a unit. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I want to incentivize mass roach. It is crazy though. It is crazy. I like the reasoning. I just thought it'd be fun. I just thought it'd be fun. Okay, sure. It's crazy. Ravager morph time reduced. Lurker speed slightly increased from 4.1 to 4.5. Size expand. Research time increased. Okay. Removed adaptive talons. Reduced spine's movement speed. Okay. Up next, the Infestor. Remove microbial shroud, increased. I believe that's. I almost said infested terran. Incubate infested. What is that? Trains and stores an infested terran inside the infestor. What? Just one? Cost minerals. Build time max 3. Okay, you can hold up to 3. Why only 3? Okay, interesting. That's gonna be an interesting visual to be had. Okay. Launch infested. Okay. Vegetarian new. Special. Yeah, this... Okay, okay. No more timed life. Okay, so it's a permanent unit. Interesting. Loses life off of creep. Slowly heals on creep. Damage versus the ground. Damage has greater damage versus air. Okay, this is... I appreciate, again, the ingenuity here. It's just done completely differently here. So you can store Infested Terran. They're permanent units as well. Interesting, that's what I will say. Interesting. Ultra. Swipe has been decreased. Oh wait, no. Yeah. Inner radius. I guess you're reducing its model size? Or is that in regards to its attack? New upgrade. Tectonic Cleave. Cost 100, resource time 75 seconds. Effect, grants the Ultras a powerful anti-structure attack. Okay, interesting. This, honestly, that's a pretty huge upgrade just because SimCity has always really hurt Ultra play. Really hurt Ultra play. So the idea of allowing the Ultras to actually break down bunkers, break down depots, and actually have an answer to the SimCity that Terran does build up is actually pretty big. Like, it's a pretty big upgrade and a pretty big change for the Ultra. Mutas. Speed decreased. Ooh. Okay. Speed decreased, attack range increased. I guess similar to the Brood War Muta with a greater range. New upgrade. Wormic Symbiosis. Allows Mutalisk to instantly heal 20 HP after launching a worm at an enemy. Has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Instantly regenerate HP. That's crazy. That's... Well, Cry's infestation bit though. Okay. Alright. Anyway, that's for the future. that's for the future because we don't have any Terrans right now, and I was a little bit distracted by going over the patch notes for Zerg, which I'm assuming is going to come into play later on in the broadcast. As we have a next series. We have a next series of a fresh best of 3, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak, we have the yellow Terran player. We have the yellow Terran, the Brazilian Terran representing Xemius Gaming. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the blue hand corner, we have the Finnish Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Mixu. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As we jump into our TBT. And Inexorable, is he actually not 5.4k? No shot. Yeah, in my mind, he's reached that. It looks like he has peaked at over 5.4k, but I guess currently isn't 5.4k. Interesting. So now we are going to be selling in. If Inexorable's playing his main race, I think he might be the favorite to win the entire tournament. I'll be honest. I'll be honest, I assume that Inexorable is going to be off racing, but if he's main racing, then I feel like he's going to be the biggest player here. I guess Nina's Zerg is also really good, and I don't know if Nina has laddered enough Zerg for her Zerg MMR to be representative of her skill. Let's have a look at Nina. True, so I don't know how to rate Nina's Zerg, MMR wise. Okay, apparently, Jesus. I was just taking her account. Apparently around 5k, okay. I'm 5k, 5.2k. For Zerg. Okay, fair enough. Has like 900 games. Has been laddering a lot of Zerg recently. Jesus. Collision size reduced, but visual size is the same. Okay. Thanks for letting us know, Patches. So now we're diving into our TVT. Sorry, just a little bit of chat. Just catching up with the chat. The offensive Terran are really busted, but no one abuses them. The no time black mechanic. Okay. I mean, we might just not have gotten enough games for that. Here we go. As we are getting to Hyperflight Rotors. Hyperflight Rotors is going to be on the way. I know this is also a recent change here as well. I believe it was made a little bit more accessible, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, research time was reduced, cost was reduced as well. As we are opening up Banshee. Okay, so we're back at home, getting to zone 111, getting to Viking production. Back at home, we should be safe. And we're settling in. So an interesting setup here. I'm most interested in what it mixes up to. Inexorable's playing pretty standard. I mean, to be expected, he's playing his main race. So getting to zone 111, tank a Viking setup. Likewise, Mixu is also being a little bit more experimental here. Slipping into Banshees. First Banshee does move out. Cyclone is in position, Vikings in position. You have to be so careful with these Banshees. I want to throw them away. If these Banshees fall in their face, then Mitsuhi will fall behind. Especially in a mirror matchup like this. It's a big investment. Behind this going into mech. Okay, extra factories are on the way. Building up more factories, and he's able to throw down more Raxes, getting to bio tank. And here come the Banshees. They dip in. Cyclone's somewhat in position. Late reaction. Yeah, late reaction here by Inexorable. He will lose a couple of SCVs. Oh, but he'll still punish though. That's going to be 4 or 5 SCVs going down. Getting him to 6. 6 SCV kills for 2 Banshees. It's an okay trade. Not ideal. As I believe we have another Banshee. Yep, we have the final Banshee moving out. Behind this now getting to Viking production. Now, this is a really brutal start for Mixu because, one, sure he's dealing some economic damage, but he's going to be behind in the Viking count. Straight up. Like, he's going to be down when it comes to Vikings. It means that Inexorable does have air control. Air control is so crucial in TVT. Mixu moving out with early tank. Bold move out. Cyclone goes down. Banshee's moving in. Make sure he siege in the center. He is sieged up. Just trying to hold on. More reinforcements on the way. Banshee does hit the natural. Ooh, bit of miscontrol there by Inexorable. Oh, quite a bit of miscontrol here, losing a tank, taking another shot to the face. She's still putting in some work. And yeah, Inexorable, he's panicking here. Este Inexorable. Does panic, losing another 5. That's 11 SCV kills in total. Not bad. So sure what he does move out. Where he does bypass the main army, he does head straight for the natural, catching out some tanks, some cyclones as well. He attacks a siege up, he does a completely outposition Mixu. And Mixu is caught out. So the tanks are on siege, we can just stim in. There we go. Oh god. Jesus. Calm down, man. Calm down. Tries to stim in, that's respect the vanilla tanks. More reinforcements coming in from behind, one tank is sieged. And then he's over, he can just bypass his army and just head straight for the natural. Jumping on top of the army. Once again, he gets punished by the siege tanks. And messy engagement here for Inexorable. He will lose the army. Inexorable, he had potential here, but he will lose everything. Final tank goes down. Goes down. Inexorable, he is slowly working towards the third base, but Mixu is up in economy. Longest goes on, better it's going to be for Mixu. Inexorable, he just split out too much. Well, far too much here. It's Courage dropping on top of the tank. Once again, he tries to stim in. Breaks through 3 tanks, just barely. Okay. Takes out the tank line this time. Gets on top of the third. Very necessary damage here for Inexorable. If it wasn't for this, he would just fall behind. Now takes the lead. That's once again Inexorable looking for a fight. Does get a tank. Gets one, does push into a siege line. Boys are being pulled, tanks they do siege. Tanks they do siege up, and he's over dropping into the main. She's just once again trying to break the siege line. He's trying to brute force it, but it's not going to work out. So that's the second time this has happened. And he's over. Respect the siege tanks. You have a lead. Just calm down. Rotates to the third base. Doesn't quite get the SCVs, but GG gets called. He contains Mixu on 2 bases, and Inexorable, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Not the cleanest of games again. I would say some messy moves there by Inexorable, but overall he was 9th or 3rd. Overall, like, that's what was important. He was crippling Mixu, and Mixu could not keep up with that. GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see how our players do adjust. We'll see how Mixu will change his approach here if we go into mech once again, or if we switch into bio. Let's go. Let's go. As we'll be getting into game 2 on Pylon. Need to play Drake yesterday too and took a map of a creator in the Pegasaurus. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yes, we did miss. Unfortunately, we did miss out on the Pegasaur Cup. Yesterday. just because we were a little bit unwell. I didn't even get to talk about it, but we didn't get to cast yesterday just because I mentioned it during our previous cast. I was feeling a little bit under the weather, so it was just recovering. We're back. We're good. We're good to go. As Nina does take down Berry Crunch, looks like Nina's up against Aesop in the next round, and we might just follow this into the grand finals. Oh, sorry, into the upper bracket finals. Getting there. Lower bracket is also currently underway, still ongoing. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon. We have the yellow Terran player, we have the Brazilian Terran representing Izimi's Gaming. It is Inexorable. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the Finnish, typically Zerg, but here off racing as Terran, it is Mixu. Again, in my mind, with Inexorable playing Terran, he is the heavy favorite to win the entire tournament. But we'll see, as we did see him slip up a couple of times against Mixu, getting overly aggressive, overly assertive, and getting a little bit flustered at times as well. So we'll see if Inexorable can tighten up here against Mixu. See if he can tighten up. We'll see if Mixu can hold his own as we are opening up 2 racks. Reaper. Okay, second rack is on the way. Mixu being a little more aggressive here. Don't let that weather bully you. True. It's been very cold as of late. Very cold. Cold. Here in Australia. But it's so good. We're feeling a lot, but we did a lot of sleeping yesterday. A lot of sleep, a lot of bed. And we're feeling a lot better. We are getting to our second game. Again, so 2x Reaper here by Mixu as an opener. Meanwhile, we have double gas out of Inexorable. Safe opener going for a faster Hellion. So faster factory into faster Hellion production. Much safer build here by Inexorable, and he should be okay as a result. He should have the tools to defend. Oh, one race all in? Jesus. That is a factory before CC. Do we go for a starport before CC as well? Mixu, you might just send it. Might just... But thank you, Lake Chrono. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So Mixu is doubling down. Inexorable did go for a safe opener, but Inexorable is playing blind. He's playing blind, he's playing in the dark, he doesn't know what's going on. Doesn't know what's coming his way. Reapers are amassing. And Mixu, he will hit the natural. Diving the Hellion. Ooh, does knock it over. Doesn't quite focus it down. Lose one of his Reapers. Trades 1 for 1. Oof. 2 for 1. The best trade there for Mixu. But again, behind this is still building up. He's getting a CC on low ground, but it's a very late command center. You can see that here that Inexorable, his base is almost done. His natural is almost complete. Mixu's only just now beginning. Mixu does rotate over into the main. Gets a Hellion, but the Cyclone will punish. And Inexorable, he does hold. He does hold quite well. He's getting further ahead economically. Building up his Vikings. Back at home, Mixu going for his tech labs. We'll see if he goes for a swap. Looks like he won't though, as he's getting a tech lab on his ranks. So we do focus on a couple of SCVs. Not the worst trade here for SCV kills, but alas, Mixu, he will lose every single Reaper. And Inexorable should catch up. Remember, he has extra mules. He has better just production. Mixu just trying to keep himself in this game. There it is, early stem. Early stem, early tank production. No add-on swap, no Banshee play, no Ravens. Exorable does take a lead. And he's just bullying. Yeah, at this point he's just bullying the army. I mean, there is no army. There's one Reaper. There's one Reaper to defend. The lock-on is brutal. The Reaper, does go down. Tank bobs out, but GG gets called. Again, Mixu, he was so committed. He lost his army early on. He had nothing to defend against the counterattack. And Inexorable, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Inexorable, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the next round. And again, he's waiting for his next opponent. He is waiting for the winner of Nina and Iosop. I believe that's a ZVZ. I believe that is a ZVZ. I believe they are currently mid-series. Wish them both the best of luck, as the winner will go up against Inexorable in the upper bracket finals. Now, let's see if I can clean things up a little bit here. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. So we have our top 16. As a reminder, so Nina and Iosop, they're currently facing off. They're currently mid-series. Inexorable's waiting for them. And as you can see down here, this is the lower bracket. We have the lower bracket. There are some more matches ongoing. Those are all best of ones. Bear that in mind. They're all going to be best of ones. And who do we have down there? We have Greenert versus Bomioja. Okay. Spicy matchup. PvP, we have Soda Vlad waiting for the winner of that series. We have J Money waiting for the winner of Berry Crunch and Patches as well. And you have Mixu down there also still in the tournament. So again, double elimination players, they still have their second life. Mixu is still in the tournament. And likewise, when it comes to the loser of Nina, Iosop, and Inexorable, they will still have another chance to redeem themselves from the lower bracket as well. We are focusing our attention on the upper bracket. We'll head down to the lower bracket eventually. Don't you worry, we'll get there eventually. But for now, we're focusing on Nina and Iosop. Again, they're currently in game. You can check out Nina's POV. Nina is streaming over her channel. I don't know if they're in game 1, game 2, or game 3, so you can let me know. You can let us know whether or what game they're in when it comes to their series. We will either jump in mid-series or we'll wait for the winner against Inexorable. One or the other. One or the other. Oh, it looks like it's the game may end quite quickly here, as Nina's getting spine rushed. Oh my god. But for now, we're going on a short break. For now, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, when we return, we'll have our next match. We'll have a next series. Again, we're either going to jump in mid-series into Nina's match, or we'll follow the winner into Inexorable. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I do apologize for the extended break, but we've returned. We've returned here with the upper bracket finals. We were, of course, just waiting for Nina versus Alsop to conclude. They did wrap up off stream. Went all the way to the ace match. Was a ZVZ between the two, and now we are following the winner into Inexorable. And here we go. We have the upper bracket finals. And spawning in the top right. In the right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the yellow Terran player. We have the Brazilian Terran representing Eximius Gaming. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the orange Zerg player. It is Nina. I'll get the names going. Un momento, un momento. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as are the predictions open? Hold on. I'll fix them up. How long have they been broken? Beautiful. Okay, predictions are now open. You can place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Now, coming into this, we did assume that both Nina and Inexorable will be the top two players of the tournament. How they compare to each other is hard to say. I mentioned earlier that Nina, she's around 5.2k MMR with her Zerg, and Inexorable around 5.4 with his Terran, so I lean more towards Inexorable, but we'll see, because at the end of the day, even though they have their own respective ratings in the MMR and on the ladder, this is not a standard game. This is not a standard game mode. This is the Patches Patch Clash, featuring a mod with all these crazy changes to a lot of units out there. I will say that it does feel like there have been, I would say, maybe less changes to Zerg. Like, you could definitely, obviously there are still very impactful changes, like the change to the Infestor, like the upgrade to the Ultra, like some of the more subtle changes to the Viper. There's the Hive upgrade for the Roach as well, but I don't know if we're actually going to see much of that, is the thing. I don't know if we're going to see many of those changes, as we are typically going to be thriving in the mid game here more than anything. We'll see. We shall see. It does feel like a lot of the changes given to Zerg kind of impact the game as it goes longer, like a more longer game state more than anything. And again, there's more like subtle changes, like the cost of the hatchery, like the change to the Queen, like the buff to the Baneling, which is really just a reversion of the nerf, increasing its HP. Regardless, here we go. Regardless, here we go. The Reaper does poke in, gets one drone kill already. A rough start for Nina. Ay, ay, ay. One drone goes down. Link speed is on the way. Nina pulls out the gas. So standard opener, hatch gas pull into a third base out of Nina. Everything looking normal. Meanwhile, from the side of Inexorable, he does open up with a third TC in the main base. So 3 CC before starport. Standard opener as well. Everything so far is looking normal. So economic opener here out of Inexorable. Likewise, standard opener out of Nina. Yeah, I see Nina's playing tournaments again. Yeah, Nina's been a little bit more active recently. I know that she took a big break from the game. It took a big break from streaming and from StarCraft. Did it recently return. Has been more active, whether it's in this tournament or this week's Pegasus Cup as well. It's always cool to see. We're selling into our game. We do have our 3cc Banshee opener here by Inexorable. We'll see if he does decide to go into Cloak or into Banshee Speed. Remember, Banshee Speed is a little more accessible here. Hyperflight Rotors is cheaper, does take less time to research as well. So we can see it as an opener. It is a little bit more viable. Or we could just get no upgrade. True. Maybe Hellion gets another drone. Another drone goes down. Lings, they do hit the natural. No major damage so far. Inexorable, he defends. Inexorable, he does defend, does deflect. Working towards Bio, working towards Stim. And we'll see how Nina does open up as well. We've reached the point where we should be going for our tech of choice. Do we go Lair first, Baneling Nest, Roach Warren, Double Eva Chamber? If it was going to be Roaches, I feel like we would have already seen a Roach Warren by now. So leaning more towards Ling Bane here, as we also don't have a Hive yet. Oh, sorry, Lair yet, that's what I meant to say. We're getting up to the 5-minute mark, so late Lair here by Nina. Nina does scout, Nina confirms it's going to be bio. Now it does go for the Lair. Interesting, so it gets the Lair, starts the Lair after the scout, so it's a bit of a later Lair timing out of Nina. Likewise, getting into all those Spore Crawlers as well, but the tech is going to be delayed for the Zerg player. So delay tech. From here, we can go into, I mean, most likely going into a Baneling Nest, into Lings. We could try to go into faster Hydras as well, true. I'm not too certain how Nina plays this style. I don't know how she plays her Zerg. Apparently, she's been streaming Zerg quite a bit recently, but I'm not too familiar with her style. So we'll see what she prefers. Whether she prefers Ling Bane into Hydra, whether she prefers straight up Ling Bane into Ultra instead, or Ling Bane Muta. As you have upgrades. Again, this does feel a little bit delayed here for Nina, unfortunately. Typically, you want the Lair lined up with your Baneling Nest so you can start Baneling speed as quickly as possible. Likewise, we have an abundance of gas to work with as well, but the Eva Chamber is a little bit later. Just not finishing up though to get into those upgrades. Okay, we'll need them. So we get 1-1 upgrades on the way. Hellions looking for a way in. And he's over behind this, just playing standard, getting to his own 5-rack setup. Behind this could even turn this into an 8-rack, it's true. But we're expecting standard play out of Inexorable. There's the scan, does confirm the Ling Bane. Baneling speed should be starting soon. We have the gas for it, no Baneling speed yet. Right now, collapsing on the Hellions, nice around. Every Hellion's going to go down. Yeah, late reaction there by Inexorable. Meanwhile, Bathing Speed just now begins, but again, Bathing Speed is delayed. Ooh, and Ling's a run past the Marines. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Ling's going to go down. That was a bit of miscontrol from Nina, throwing away a lot of Zerglings. And here comes Inexorable. Now remember, the window where there's no Bathing Speed is going to be larger, so there's a bigger window here for Inexorable to take advantage of that. Inexorable's moving out. Nina is in trouble. And again, bled out so many Zerglings. As the expansion is going to go down, there's no saving this. Battery falls. What does pull away? Nina trying to catch out the tank. Where's the medevac? Late reaction. Tank goes down. Nice catch. Late reaction there from Inexorable. So it's a nice pick up here from Nina. Behind this, how many racks are we on? We're up to 8. Oh boy, 8 racks, no gases, 3 base all in. So Inexorable's going for 3 base all in. Inexorable does have momentum. This is going to be a very tough defense here for Nina. We need those upgrades. We need 2-2. We go 2-2s on the way. Nina double expands, needs to preserve one of these bases. Inexorable's rotating over towards the left-hand side. And not a-raxing 4th CC. Okay. If Inexorable wanted to, he could just commit and go for the all-in. You can see the supply disparity. Inexorable could pull that off, but he is opting to expand. So soon he can take his gases and get a second factory. Bane rolling in on the right-hand side. Inexorable getting caught out. Has to pick up, has to get the hell out of here. Let's pull away. Making use of that clip face. Inexorable, he will clean up these Zerglings. He will lose 1 tank in the process, but still a better trade for Inexorable. And he can just stim and win. That's why I mentioned that this 4th base feels a little bit unnecessary. He can just go for it. Inexorable can just go for the kill. He can go for the throat. We have a couple of infestors on the way that will help. As he is building up that Ling Bane at the natural. The longer this goes on, like, Nina has a higher chance to try to recover with those infestors. Like, there's potential with the infestors, but Inexorable should be able to aim it. Like, we can stim, we can win that. Thankfully for Nina, Inexorable is spending money elsewhere on the base, on more SCV production. Here come the Infestors. Again, they have potential. Nice free split though. Does free split. Things are rolling in. Where are the reinforcements? They're late. Reinforcements are delayed, but now they've arrived. And Inexorable will clean up. He'll just clean up the army. Breaks through the Lings. No more no more fungal growths left. Fest is out of energy. Balinet's going to be going down. Brutal pickup. And with that, Nina will lose his position. The army's a little bit overstimmed, but there's just nothing left. There's no Lings, there's no Bailings. GG gets called, and Inexorable will take game number 1. GG. Inexorable does take a lead in the series. Again, it was just a really rough start for Nina. Nina was unable to preserve the 4th base. Winding it back a little bit here, I mean, I don't think the patch really did address 8 Raxes. I just realized. The Bailing having more HP does help bring the Bailing back to what it once was, so it makes Ling Bane more viable, but the strength of the 8 Rax I think is still the same from base game to the patch. Let me just double check that. Yeah, there weren't any changes to like the bio, there weren't any changes to this build specifically, so the strength is still there. Strength is still there, and with that, Inexorable does overwhelm, does break through, does take a lead. Let's take a lead. Now we're getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Nina can recover. We'll see. Oh god, as we are loading into torches. Okay, you have my attention. Game 2 is going to be on torches. Torches is one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. Much more unorthodox. Let's go. Known for cheese, known for aggression. So this is where we can meme up a little bit. And this is where we're probably going to see Roach play. This is where, as the maps get smaller, that's where Roach production is going to be, or more Roach-based builds are going to be more viable and more necessary, but we'll get into it. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Torches, we have the Yellow Terran player. The Yellow Terran representing Eximius Gaming from land of Brazil, leading the series 1-0. It is Inexorable. Hold on. We've switched places. Un momento. Okay. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Zerg player. We have the Orange Zerg. It is Nina. We go. So calming down as we are settling in. Here we're going to be getting into game number 2. And again, welcome to Torches. Torches is one of the more unorthodox and aggressive maps in the map pool. There we go. Nina's going to be mining through those gold patches early on. We're getting access to the center of the map. And from here, Nina can try to go for the gold or try to go for an all-in and mine through those patches early on. So far, though, gases. Ooh, gases opener out of Nina. So Nina is being very greedy. Very greedy here. So hatch, pool, hatch, late gas, or actually going for the gas before the hatchery, but regardless, late gases here from Nina. So late gas, late link speed, late roaches is being very greedy. And we'll see if Inexorable can punish the greed of Nina. Now, what I will say is that it is more difficult to punish the greed just because of the ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural, so it's a little bit easier to fully wall this area off. Likewise, because this area on the right-hand side is fully walled up outside of these mineral patches, Hellion Harass isn't really viable here, or isn't really possible unless the Terran player also mines through these patches as well to gain access to the side of the map. Double expanding? Oh no. This is insane greed. So hatch, pool, gas, hatch. Very greedy here from Nina, and she should not get away with this. We'll see if Inexorable can piece it all together. Dips into the main base. Confirms the opener for the most part, but has yet to really confirm. Yeah, as the drones are taking a lot of hits. Are we not making links? Jesus, we only have 2? Sorry, 4. Oh no! Bit of miscontrol there by Inexorable. Once gets caught out. Does back off, does pull away. That's a lot of damage to the main base already, forcing those spore crawlers. And will he check the pat? Oh, he does. He does check, he does confirm. is aware of the hatchery, is aware of one of the bases, but is not fully aware of the other, as the gold is being taken. Here we go. I'm sure Cats isn't playing. True, true. Patches in the Patches tournament. Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. Este top. Behind this thing, Zoro playing for a 2-1-1. 3CC 2-1-1. I do like this. I do like this build specifically against what Nina's up to. It's a good way to punish this. Basically, what's happening here is that we're going to be pulling out of the reactor factory production early. There we go. As you can see, there's Yadon Soap, so we only have a minimal amount of Hellions. We're going to a massive amount of Marines, and then we're going to hit with Medivacs, with early Stim, with early Marine production, with a drop play. And that would be designed to punish a player that is being too greedy like this, that is very spread out. Currently, Nina is saturating the gold slowly but surely, but can she defend it against the 2-1-1, against the drop play? Now, the plus side for Nina is that this is a 3CC 2-1-1, so this is going to hit later than usual, just because of the third command center. Typically, we would skip the third command center, go for a faster starport, go for a faster setup here. We wouldn't have any Hellions, we'd go for a faster add-on swap, and we'd hit that much harder as well. Here, it's going to be more delayed, because it's a more economic variation. And in Exorbo, he doesn't know about the gold yet. He might have an inkling, but hasn't confirmed.
Add-on is done. Doesn't that look fancy?
Shout to the Total Biscuit voice pack. Exorbo, he's one of the few that does use it. As Exorbo is opening up at the center of the map. Does open up the center. Medivacs are on the way. And Nina is amassing up some Zerglings, thankfully. Nina does not quite have an overloaded position to scout this. So Lings are out of position. Lings are here at the natural, they're not at the gold. And this is where the army is going to be rocking up first. Yeah, creep is spotted. Now Exorbo knows. The boys are being pulled? Wait, what? The boys are being pulled. We're going for the all-in. The bunkers are going to be on the way. And no armory, no Hellbats, but it's going to be mass Zergling, no Bailings. Yeah, I don't see this working out here. It's the drones, they go back to mining. They do head back. Again, no Bailings, no upgrades. These are 0-0 Zerglings. Bailiness just now begins. No gas income. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Exorbo, he defends back at home. Moves out with a double drop. Does catch an Overlord. But Exorbo, he's more damage. Nina cannot scale in Exorbo. Pick up. Drops over the wall. Lings, they will respond. They do respond in time. Now, it doesn't feel good, but Exorbo needs a third. He needs a third base, needs to defend, fortify on 3 bases, and then slowly move out. There are just so many Zerglings that he cannot just force his way through. As does, oh, he does salvage. Lings, they collapse in. But these are 0-0 Zerglings. I mean, they do break through the tank line. Tanks are going to be going down, and bunker goes down as well. But I'm afraid to look. How many Lings was that? 105. 105 Zerglings for what? For 2 tanks, 12 Marines, and a bunker. Okay, again, the efficiency for Exorbo is insane. And that was not the call to go for. I mean, you could make an argument, though, that even though Nina does not trade efficiently, Nina has better mining. Nina has the gold base, has all this mineral income as well. So you could argue that Nina can afford it. There was not a wall. The wall's wide open. Another tank is going to go down. A bit of miscontrol, a bit of a misstep here from an Exorbo. But now would be the time to counterattack. Yeah. Nina takes a bad fight, and Exorbo now can stim out. And Lings, they cannot engage. Not like this. Oh, Nina's going to try with reinforcements. Okay. Does force a lift. Does force a pickup. Again, plus 1 carapace is going to be so low, so late. Thankfully, 1-1 was also delayed for an Exorbo as well. True. But again, Exorbo needs to expand. Needs a third expansion. Can't expand towards Nina, so has to expand away. Is attempting to go for drop play. Upgrades are about to finish up here for Nina. Bailing speed is not done. Wait, do we have a lair? Okay, there's but if it goes down, there is a lair. Which means where is bailing speed? Okay, so it's denied. Zorbo finally can expand. See, Zorbo trying to bait the army within liberation range. Oh, it's a bit of miscontrol. Hopefully Zorbo's not punished too hard for that. Yeah, it does pull away. Pulls away. No Widowmine production either for Zorbo. Widowmines would be ideal here, going Biomine against Pureling Bane. But again, no factory production. You could argue that maybe Zorbo can't really afford it. Needs that third. So our base is getting saturated as we speak. Liberator's repositioning. Now it's time to dive. Pureling Bane does roll in into 3 tanks. Oh god. Cannot push into that tank line. Oh, very nice target firing. Ooh, Nina does run past the army, and Nina will evacuate the goal base. The goal base has been broken. Zorbo gaining ground. Now can expand behind this as well. Oh, going for the overlords. Bailings are finishing up. Zorbo has the overextended. The creep is still here. But there's what, 4 tanks. Nina setting up the flank, setting up the surround. Coming in from behind. The army doesn't split. Yeah, the army's clumped up and massive bailing connections. But I think Zorbo still outtrades. Again, that was maybe the best fight that Nina could have hoped for. Got some brutal connections. But I think Zorbo snowballing out of control. Snowballing out of control, takes down the expansion one after the other. Delves right through. Takes down the bases. And Zorbo should not be stopped here. There are some Banelings, there's 8. There's 8 Banelings. And even if they all connect, Zorbo should be able to overwhelm. Tank bully's going up. Getting on top of the queens, and GG gets called, and Zorbo will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. I was curious to see if anyone could stand up to Zorbo coming into this tournament. Is coming in as the big heavy hitter, as the favorite, and I was curious to see what Nina Zerg was looking like, just because I'm unfamiliar. Nina Zerg definitely a little bit rough around the edges, had potential here in game number 2, especially with torches, especially with getting away with the goal base, but it was very all-in. The lair was delayed, the gases were delayed, bailing speed was delayed, 1-1 upgrades were delayed, all the tech was delayed because it was basically an all-in that did fall on its face. Nina did a great job when it came to denying the third base, but eventually Zorbo did expand, and Zorbo was just taking better fights, more efficient trades. What I will say about this series is that the mod almost didn't impact this series at all. The only thing the mod really did here was it did give Banelings a little bit more HP like they used to, but that was it. Outside of that, it was pretty much playing the same as regular SC2. Again, the mod does typically make adjustments to longer and later games because of the later upgrades, and also does adjust some of the more niche units. But as I mentioned, like Zerg was not really touched too much when it comes to this mod, outside of, again, the Baneling, and I guess like the cost of the hatchery, how larva works, and also queens off of creep, which wasn't really impactful here either. But GG, well played. And with that, we do see Zorbo claiming the series, and now we're going to be Figuring out what's been going on. What's been happening in the bracket. Let's go. Let us go. As we do have Mixu. Mixu takes down ISOP 1-0. Looks like all these vessel ones are concluding. And let's clean up a little bit here. Bam. There we go. We have an next series potentially. Wait, what? Okay. Wait, what? Visually, this is a little bit broken. This is not how this should look. Hold on. Interact. There we go. Okay, so from the bottom here, let's scroll on over. We have Mixu. Mixu does advance on to the lower bracket finals. I think this maybe looks visually a little bit better. So Mixu's in the lower bracket finals. It's going to be Mixu versus Nina up next in a best of 3, and then the winner up against Inexorable in the grand finals. There we go. This is going to be another Terran versus Rogue matchup. Once again, I don't know if that's the purpose of the mod, but I do feel like the mod does impact. We spoke about it. Does impact PvT more than the other matchups. Has the most the most impact in PvT. Maybe PvP as well. But it feels like TVZ is like the least impact, unless we can get into like a longer game state when we can get into like ultra upgrades or like Hive lurker upgrades and Vipers, and no, even then Vipers I don't think we're adjusted too much. So we'll see how things do change. I guess if we see mech, then we might see something different. True, if we slow the game down. But it comes down to how Mixu will approach this. Go. Okay, as vetoes are underway, and we will soon be jumping into our next matchup. Just stepping into those DMs. So we'll see if Mixu goes into mech. We'll see if Mixu goes for a slower style. The problem is that like currently in StarCraft, when it comes to the meta, TVZ is very intense. There's a lot of aggression early on. Typically it's a Zerg player stuck defending. So again, that's why I don't feel like we're going to be getting a lot of longer games between these two. But we'll see. As up next, we're going to be loading into Pylon. Pylon is up next. Known for aggression, one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Oh boy, ARAX can hit quite hard on this map. Can hit quite hard. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that something like an ARAX wasn't addressed in this patch. I would imagine in my mind the hope from patches was that maybe the increased HP on the Baneling would like help with that, and I think it does help, but like it's not. Yeah, I don't know. It really just makes Lingbane more viable, but we might currently be in a place where we spoke earlier how roach-based openers are a lot more common just because they're safer, just because they are just safer than Lingbane currently in ZVT, and that's trend might still be the case coming into this mod as well. Coming into Pylon, I would 100% say that. I said something similar about Torches. These smaller maps, I feel like roach play is a lot more viable. It's a little more consistent, but we'll keep an eye on our players. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Pylon, we have the Finnish Terran player. The blue Terran, it is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Zerg player. We have the orange Zerg. It is Nina. Here we go. Now this also becomes an issue when it comes to off racing, because when you're off racing, obviously you're not playing this race anywhere near as much as your main race. So because of that, I don't know if Nina's play is as diverse as to the point where she's willing to play roaches, where she's willing to open roach and willing to go for these safer openers. It's possible that she may just only enjoy Ling Bane. If that's the case, I would be a little bit concerned, but we'll see, because I also don't really know how to compare Mixu's Terran with Nina's Zerg. Like, I have very, very limited information regarding that. I said earlier that I've seen a lot of Mixu's Terran in StarCraft Evolution, true, and that's where I've seen a little bit more of it, so I lean more towards Mixu here, but we'll see if Nina can actually get into her game this time. For the most part, especially in Game 1, like, Nina was more so trying to react and trying to survive against Inexorable. Game 2, Nina went, unfortunately, for a failed all-in with the Ling Flood on Torches, coming into Pylon. This is where I am, again, going to be interested to see what kind of tech Nina gets into. I was talking a little about roaches. I should kind of explain myself. Pylon is a smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. The third bases are a lot more accessible, a lot more exposed, shorter rush distance. As a result, we've seen a lot of successful all-ins on Pylon, and we have seen a lot of Zerg players struggle with Ling Bane. Typically a safe way to open up, especially on these smaller maps like Pylon, like Ultra Love as well, is to open Roach. And there's a reason why in the meta currently of ZVT we've seen a lot of Roach-based openers. Even on larger maps we've seen Serral and Shin and Solar all embrace Roach openers just because it is safer. It is just a safe way to open up, safe way to play, to actually get into the mid game. To survive, to survive. But again, we'll see how Mixu compares to Nina. Oh. As Mixu behind this, going for a third CC before Starport, economic opener here out of Mixu. Nina likewise going hatch gas pull into a third base, does pull out of gas, so everything is looking normal so far. And once we have something kind of like come into play in regards to the mod and in regards to the patch, we'll do our best to try to point it out. So we have our add-on swap. Obviously something passive that's happening, and I did mention that a lot of those Zerg changes are a little bit more subtle, is the hatchery is a little bit cheaper, right? So the change to the Queen does less damage against anti-ground, so the Queens early on are going to be less useful defensively against something like a Hellbat push, like early Hellbats, or even Hellion aggression as well. So these Queens are weaker, true, that's something to bear in mind. Lava is a little bit different. As Lava, again, like injects they can't stack as hard as they used to, as much as they did previously. So some of the Lava generation is different as well. We do have Cloak on the way, so it's going to be 3 CC Banshee out of Mixu, investing into Cloak. We mentioned earlier that I do feel like going into Hyperflight Rotors is a little bit more viable now, just because it's cheaper, just because it's faster, but here Mixu just playing standard. Hellions overwhelm the Lings, and yeah, they can stand their ground that much harder against the Queens. So more Lings are being forced out. We do have the lair first into Baneley Nest. So it is going to be once again Ling Bane out of Nina. And that is a bold move here on Pylon. But let's go. Oh. Time with the Queens. One Queen does go down. Nina only on 5 Queens, so the Queen count is actually quite low. Getting into his own follow-up here, double E-base, double upgrades, throwing down more Raxes. Again, I don't really know the tendencies of Mixu, if he's one to get a 4th CC and build up into a longer game, or just throw down more Raxes and just 8 Rax. That I am less familiar with. Speaking of, oh, that's a lot of Raxes. We're getting up to 5 so far. which is normal. We'll see if he goes for 3 more. Again, Amax is just really strong on Pylon. Keep an eye. Nina staying on the lower gas counts, building up her Ling Bane. Second factory's on the way. Okay, so Mixu going for a second factory. This is a sign of things to come, a sign that potentially we're seeing more gases, a 4cc, a longer game state. As typically when you actually do not get a second factory. Elliot just poking him. Nina now taking up into Lingbane Hydra. And again, like, we're getting signs here that Mixu is going to be building up into a longer game as well. That Mixu is being less aggressive, which will benefit Nina. And we're going to be able to get into a longer game. This is where I have to be a little bit critical of Mixu for his passivity. I mean, like, eventually he's building up towards his eventual move out, but there's that 4cc. Like, playing like this on Pylon it's a bold move. Bold move. As Double Banshee gets across the map. Drone's going to be going down. Bearing in mind the spores are also less effective here, but it looks like the Banshee's going to be thrown away. Yeah, it throws away the Banshees. Ooh, that means he was otherwise distracted. It gets caught on creep. Exorbital? Sorry, Mixu, I meant to say. Mixu gets caught on creep. Bailey's a smash through the Hellbats. And Mixu otherwise distracted. Distracted across the map, distracted here as well. He'll lose control of the third base, and Nina will get some economic damage. Oh, nice target firing. Nice target firing as Mixu does hold on. Now, what's scary here is that, on the one hand, we had, I would say, a better engage here from Nina, for sure, 100%. Caught the Banshees, caught the main army, and delayed some mining time. The economy now is what concerns me. Nina's not been droning. Nina has not been droning up here, so Nina is stuck on a 54. Mine goes off. It's stuck on 54 drones. Sorry, 56. 56 drones. There's not much of an economy. Now Nina's droning up. 15 more drones on the way, but I would say these drones are late. These are late workers, and this is why Mixu is so far ahead in that supply, is because of the economy. Better macro. Like, the macro has been superior for Mixu, and that is where I'm very concerned for Nina, as she's going to be outscaled as the game goes on. Now Nina drones up, but even then, the drone count is not what it needs to be. We need to drone up even more, or we needed to have droned up even more. Up. Mantra going off. This now comes into play where now the armory does allow the Widowmine to be cloaked. So the Widowmine does persist, does survive. So detection is necessary. Overseer now with the main army. Ooh, Queen's getting caught out. 2 Queens going down, and down to only 3. Oh, we only have creeping Queens. Even then, we have less Queens at the right bases. We did mention the low Queen count earlier, so low Queen count is hurting Nina. Mixu is distracted. Ooh, yeah, big distraction. Mixu was dropping towards the left-hand side, so Mixu gets caught out. Mixu getting caught with his pants down a little bit. Behind this, the bases are getting set up. Now, this is a change that I do actually I think is really interesting. The sensor tower now, as you can see, there's that little effect, does not provide a constant vision. Now it pulses. Now there's like a pulse here, so you get like waves of vision instead. Like a radar, right? I think that's interesting. And it's not really going to make a difference here, but it's an interesting change nonetheless. So there are periods in time where the sensor tower is not giving you information. As mine shots are getting baited out. Drilling clause is done. Mixu's maxed. And Mixu is here to send it. Now, the longer this goes on, the better of a chance Nina's going to have at recovering. As Nina is down in that supply. Mixu clearing up a lot of creep. Okay, the base snipes another queen. Still only on 4 queens. Now, what's scary here is that basically, because the queen count is so low, we only really have enough queens to inject, which means as creep is receding, the creep is not going to be rebuilt. Like, we're not going to be respreading creep. The active tumors that you're seeing here are most likely going to be the only active tumors remaining in this game, unless we build up more queens. We do have 1 more queen on the way. Active tumors are going down. There's still 1 active tumor here on the right-hand side. Massive Baneling run by, going for the planetary. Banelings, they will crash through, they take down the base. Now, that's nice and all, that was a lot of Banelings spent across the map. And Mixu already has another backup expansion. SCVs that were saved, they were preserved. Another change here is that the planetary does have extra armor. I believe 1 more, right? I think 1 more armor than previously. Oh, Jesus. Mine shots are going up. Trouble left-hand side. I know a lot of changes were made to the Neosteel upgrades as well, like Neosteel frames. There were a lot of adjustments there. Oh, as Mixu once again not paying attention, does take some massive connections to the face. Yeah, and Mixu getting caught, not looking. Banelings, they crash in. Ooh, still snipes the infestors though. Snipes the infestors. Ling run by, maybe gets a tank. Oh, not quite. Tank does survive. We're getting up to high tech. Mixu does have a massive bank, but his production is slowing him down. So he's been missing, it looks like, a couple of macro cycles. Has to build back up. With the completion of the hive, we're now getting to 3-3 upgrades, and this is where we're not going into ultras. We're committing to Ling Bane Hydra, which is a composition I believe that was changed the least. Infestors are a little bit different here just because I have Infested Terran. I think there's 1 Terran in the Infestor. Do we see them come into play? I don't know if they're going to be too useful in this matchup. I feel like, in my mind at least, Infested Terran are going to be a little more useful against Protoss. In my mind. Maybe it's a good alternative instead of a Hydra for even then I'm sure they're a lot slower. I have a really hard time just like trying to judge like what their use case is going to be just because I haven't seen them. Like I don't really know like how good they are. Patches did mention they're pretty good. Could be pretty powerful. Worker is on the way. I will say that Mixu has had potential for a lot of momentum, but because Mixu did drop his supply earlier, he's had to back off, rebuild, has given Nina a lot of time to catch back up. As Nina's out of position and Nina's racing on over. Base is going to go down. Not too many drone kills. And Mixu should pick up. Should pick up. Ooh, it does stick around a little bit too long. Bleeds out a lot of supply. At the same time, Mixu focusing on left-hand side instead. And should overwhelm. But oh! Banelings roll in. They break through the main army. And Nina is holding onto her bases. And some rougher fights here from Mixu, but Mixu is rallying. Mixu wants that base. At the same time, Ling right here does find a planetary. Planetary gets surrounded. And the planetary is going to go down. No repairs. Okay, no repairs. Mixu is racing back home to defend. A lot of his army's out of position. And Nina does get a couple of expansions. Nicely done. Takes down a couple of bases. Catching out a couple of the ghosts. Ghosts, they have less HP. Less HP. Another ghost gets left behind. Mixu trying to hold on, trying to keep up. Losing a tank, and Nina, can she go for the kill here and now? She's trying to go for it. Nice one in Cloud. A lot of DPS gets wasted. Does focus on the Liberators, gets one, gets two Liberators, getting into the production. And Nina might just be able to end it, is rallying everything across the map. It's close. It's getting so close here. As Mixu's burning through his bank. Mine shot going up. And the natural goes down. 46 SCV kills. Oof. That is critical damage. And Mixu, a player who had a larger bank, had a better economy than Nina for most of this game. Now that bank is no longer there. And Nina has gotten into Hive Tech. No lurkers yet, and no lurker tech, just purely Ling Bane Hydra. Forcing a bit of friendly fire. And Nina's done it. Yeah, Nina has broken the back of Mixu. And again, Mixu had a lot of potential in this game, but was a lot more passive in the mid game. We spoke about kind of the time that was being given to Nina, despite Mixu having a massive lead. Matchup's going up. And Mixu is attempting to recover, is making 6 SCVs at a time. True, has to re-saturate this expansion. Mixu has a ways to go, is on the way. Meanwhile, Nina isn't resting on her laurels, is getting into lurkers. Lurker tech is done. 6 lurkers on the way. And if Nina can get there, Nina can slow the game down. Just get some breathing room. Oof. Brutal mine shots. Nice mining clouds here on the tanks. Hydra's a lunge in. Ooh, another base goes down. Another hatchery falls. Another base does fall. But Nina has lurker tech. So as long as we can spread out these lurkers, we can successfully defend the bases against drop play. And we can look to max out. Both players are hurting their own way. Mixu's still trying to recover economically. Mixu's still on a low SCV count. Nina likewise on lower drone count. And oh, let's be careful. Bearing in mind, one of the big changes is that Adaptive Talons was removed, so these lurkers are less mobile than they once were. It does mean that if they get caught out of position, the punishment is going to be even harder than it typically is. Bailey's rolling in. They will get the mineral line. Oof. Okay, 13 SCV kills. 14 SCVs even. Nice run by. Rotating on the right hand side. Oh, catching out some free units. It's a falling. Now Mixu can still take fights out of range of the lurkers, but we're coming in for the surround. Nice snipes on the Vipers. Lurkers coming from behind, the Bioarmy getting caught. And Nina should have enough here. Job does distract. Dragging Nina back home. Let's drag her back. Does give Mixu a little bit more time. But again, Mixu, his economy just never really recovered from the moment that Nina broke the 4th base. When this base fell for the first time, when we saw 46 SCV kills, like that was almost game-ending damage then and there. Mixu's been like treading water since then, but has never really had any momentum since then, unfortunately. It was just a massive blow to Mixu's economy. And never quite recovered. Is attempting to though. True. Taking top right. Top right is on the way. You know, long distance mining. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, both players are struggling economically in their own way, but Mixu's struggling that much more. Now, if Mixu can get within range of these lurkers, maybe catch them on board. Remember, something that we glossed over that we mentioned in a previous series that we haven't brought up here is that ghosts, they don't get interrupted. So here come the snipes. Yeah, they will not be interrupted. Snipes are going up. Getting 2 lurkers. Typically in base SC2, like in the regular version of the game, if a ghost gets attacked while it's sniping, that does interrupt. That's why fungals are so good, because fungals can lock down ghosts and deny snipes. That is not the case here. Snipes, they will continue to go up. So lurkers are going down. There's that much like less counter. There's kind of, I would say, in a way, there's less counterplay against the ghost, at least in that fashion. But the leash range has been changed, which means you can pull away. You can pull away. You can break the lock on of the ghost a little bit easier. Yeah, we can just stand and fight. Wow, Mixu with a comeback. He will be able to take down these lurkers, takes down the Ling Bane or the Ling Hydra. We're waiting for those snipes. As the lurkers are getting a little bit ambitious. As Fungal does catch some of the ghosts. But against snipes, they still go off. They take down 2 of the lurkers. I will say that this dynamic here, compared to what it typically is stronger for the Terran, just because something I mentioned earlier is to compensate snipes not being interrupted anymore, is that you can walk away, or you can try to get out of range of the ghost and you can break that snipe. That is true, but because Adaptive Talons was researched, that means that lurkers are not as able, that obviously they're less mobile, so uprooting the lurker and moving it away, it's not, I don't think that's going to be a viable option against ghosts here in this mod. So specifically this interaction between ghost and lurker, it's stronger for the ghost here. Whereas I would say like maybe ultras, they can escape a lot easier than they otherwise would. Just because ultras are more mobile than the lurker. Because they can move in, they can back off. So it's like depending on the unit. One I feel like has a little bit more counterplay than the other. And Mixu's brought himself back into this. Impressive. Like Mixu, he was down to 35. There was, I think, a moment in this game we had 35 SCVs against like what? Against like 60 workers. And Mixu, he has recovered. He has recovered. He's brought himself back. Again, the ghosts were a big part of that, of course. Just more efficient fights, more efficient trades. I mentioned at the start of the game that the downside of playing your off race is that you're a little bit less versatile, and I don't know if maybe Nina's not really accustomed to playing with something like switching into Broodlords, for example, or playing with Ultras, just because you're less experienced with your off race. So right now we're stuck with Ling, Hydra, Lurker, and again, I would say that this composition is a little bit weaker than it once was, and we're kind of stuck with this, and Mixu's just been getting more and more value, over time. Pushing out. Yeah, so there's no detection. Oh no, yeah, no detection here. Massive snipes going off, and Mixu will overwhelm. Mixu will overwhelm. Yeah, the power of the ghost back. Yeah. And GG gets called, and Mixu will to take the game number 1. Does recover from being in a very dire position, but does bounce back and does take a lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played, and we actually did see the patch impact that game, coming in towards the tail end of it. As I mentioned before, there were some subtle changes that were impacting Nina, of course, in regards to Larva, in regards to the queens, in regards to the hatchery, sure, in regards to the health of the mainling, of course, as well, but some changes that were a lot more overt were showcased towards the end of that game. When it comes to the strength of the ghost, when it comes to the change made to the lurker as well, and to the infestor, mainly it's the lurker, and we saw that Mixu could be even more efficient than previously, just because snipes were not being cancelled, right? Snipes are not being cancelled, and as I mentioned, to compensate for that in this mod is that now it's a little bit easier to move away from the ghost to break the lock-on. The range is shorter, how long the lock-on is able to hold on to a unit, so that is true, but because of the removal of adaptive talents, because the lurker is less mobile, it means that specifically the interaction between the ghost and lurker has shifted more in favor of the ghost, as trying to break that lock-in is less possible for the lurker, at least from what we saw in that game. You know, maybe it's still possible if you're fast enough, or maybe you'd have to like be a little bit more creative with how you would try to unburrow and try to move away, like with dropper lords, for example. Like, you'd have to get a little bit more creative like that. It's possible. We can have dropper lords to like jump into to break lock-ons or something. When I say break lock-ons, I mean break snipes. But here we go. With that, we're getting into game 2. Getting into game number 2, and we'll see. If we can get to that game state again, as we're moving from a smaller map into a larger map. Here we go. Up next is going to be Tokamak. I would say that Nina should be a lot more comfortable here. This is generally a bit of a more Zerg favorite map in regards to building up into a longer game state and surviving the early to mid-game aggression. But we'll see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Finnish Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Leading the series 1-0, it is Mixu. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the... Oh, sorry. There we go. We have the orange Zerg player. We have the orange Zerg. It is Nina. Here we go. So again, I'm most curious to see if Nina will adjust when it comes to her overall composition, overall style. Earlier I was speaking more in generalities about how typically when we see off-racing, it means that the player that's off-racing is just a little bit less versatile in what builds they have available. That's not always the case. Not always the case. So we'll see. We'll see where Nina takes us. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Nina. We did see Nina go for a crazy build on torches against an Inexorable, but that was specifically on torches, right? It was specifically on torches. It's one of the more chaotic maps out there. See in chat, Mama Nina, please. Mutas, I don't know if they were changed too much though. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Muta's slower. The Muta, it's if I remember correctly, the Muta is a little bit slower, but it has +1 extra range, which you could argue maybe gives a little bit more micro potential. But it also has a new upgrade, correct? Has a new upgrade that allows it to heal. Is that an upgrade or is that base? I think it's an upgrade. Let me just double check. Yeah, it has a new upgrade. Wormic Symbiosis. Right? I'm still not I like it. We'll get into it. So there is a new upgrade that gives it an ability to heal. It gives it like a 10-second cooldown, ability to do damage and to heal, which is an interesting one. I don't know if we're ever gonna see that though, I'll be honest. Just because it's locked behind the infestation pit, like it's locked behind some greater tech. Minus 7% movement speed, plus 25% range. Yeah. It's plus 1 range. Plus 1 range. But as I mentioned, like, I don't know if Nina is one to generally play mutas in this matchup. I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced by it. But maybe. Oh, okay. If you recall correctly, Nina played Mutiling Bane versus Barry. Oh, that's good. It's good today. It's good today. Unfortunately, we missed out on those matches, but it's a good sign. I would say this is a much better map to play Muta on. We mentioned earlier that we spoke earlier about the size of Pylon as a map, the rush distance by ground, how exposed bases are. Aggression is typically favored on Pylon. I would not recommend going mutas on Pylon, but on these larger maps, I'm referring to Maganatha, referring to Tokamak as well, I would say the muta play is a lot more viable for sure. So if Nina's willing, then yeah, I can see mutas working quite well here, being a good option. This one Hellion goes down. Behind this, we have a 3cc Banshee here out of Mixu. Going into, oh god, going into mech. Okay, now we saw mech in TVT previously. We'll see if Mixu goes into battle mech here. Bearing in mind that the Cyclone has been quote-unquote fixed in this mod, so the Cyclone is nowhere near as oppressive. Specifically, I think the biggest change, obviously, to the Cyclone is the lock-on range and the lock-on cooldown. Previously, I think it was like, what, 2 seconds? It was just a really short cooldown when it comes to breaking the lock-on and locking onto another unit. Here that has been changed where the lock-on cooldown is longer. So you can break a lock-on and engage, you can micro against it. And there it is, Cyclone production has begun. Okay, bold move here by Mixu, bold move. Unbugged. 2 seconds, what is 5 seconds? There you go. 2.9 seconds, there we go, yeah. Hellions poke in, means taking a lot of hits. As Nina is getting into Link Bane initially once again. Lings are coming in from behind, coming in for a surround. Yeah, the Hellions are going to be locked down. Ooh, must they morph into Hellbat, so the armory is done, and the Lings, they cannot engage. No Banelings are ready, and Nina's in danger. Nina's in danger, she's in trouble. Honestly, we could just walk up the ramp. The problem here is the queen count. Only 6 queens, the queen count is low, no Banelings are ready, but Mixu is missing that window, missing that timing. If he had gone straight up the ramp, that could have been game. That could have been game then and there, but now the Banelings are done, the Banelings are ready, and now Nina can hold. Yeah, late push here from Mixu. Banelings, they will smash in, and this army will be cleaned up. The army is going to be cleaned up. Again, Mixu just a little bit too tentative. The confidence wasn't there back. Wasn't there. And with that, Nina holds. Nina does hold. Now, Nina did lose a 4th. True. The 4th base was shut down. Now is double expanded to catch back up. Nina also lost a lot of Ling Bane there. Checking the Unisoul tab, 68 Lings went down and 6 Banelings alongside Banelings that were killed. Or that did detonate. So it wasn't the worst trade here for Mixu behind this. Now switching into, again, his battle mech. Oh, there it is. We have the Spire against mech as well. I feel like Nina has a lot of potential with this. Going into Ling Bane Muta. Going into Muta play. Once again, we have the wraparound headed towards the expansion. And the middle line is going to fall. Massive connections, getting 18 SCVs. 18 workers going down. And Cyclones are no longer as much of a hard counter to mutas as they once were either. So middle line goes down, Muta play is on the way, and Nina so far is looking much more comfortable. Much more comfortable. Is now fully aware of the mech. We have a Roach Warren being thrown down as a response. So we have the reactionary Roach Warren. points on the way. Mixu building up his battle mech. And the mutas, they should soon hit the field. Spire is done. Or are we just not going into muta play? It's possible that since Nina saw the battle mech, yeah, it may just be deterred from going into mutas. Yeah, we're spending all of our gas on roaches. Okay, so we have confirmation. So Nina, we have the Spire, yes, but we're committing into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Nina playing a little more safely. Nice round. Likewise, creep is spreading. Nina has map control. We spoke about how typically Tokamak is going to be more Zerg favored in regards to how safe and how comfortable you're going to be on 4 bases. And we're getting up to 5 bases, and we're encroaching all over the map. Again, Mixu has been far less aggressive and less assertive this game. There's been less pressure on Nina, outside of the first Hellion dive. And Mixu's stuck at home turtling. He's just stuck at home turtling up. And from here, he's going to have to switch into more traditional mech. There we go. Tank production has begun. And we're going to turtle until we max. From here, Nina, I would hope, starts taking up into a greater Spire and starts getting ready for Broodlords. Starts taking up into Broodlord Infestor. We already have some Infestors. The hell is that? Oh, is that the one supply roach? No shot. Is that what that is? Oh god. Okay, I mean, true. I mean, now, gee, that is going to impact this matchup quite a bit, specifically against mech. One supply roaches against mech. Jesus. Oh god. For those that are curious, there's a hive upgrade that was added. And the upgrade is just it changes the supply to one. Sorry, the supply of the roach to 1. That's the upgrade. Okay. Ay. That is huge for versus mech, by the way. That is huge. Meanwhile, I believe that is the anti-splash damage upgrade. There's an upgrade that just reduces splash damage done by tanks, if I recall correctly. I think that's what that is. Could be mistaken. I'm not familiar with the visuals of what the upgrades look like. Yeah. Minus 60% friendly fire. There you go. There you go. So we'll see how many roaches. I mean, right now Nina's at 195 supply. From 195 to what? Bam, 152. She gets 50 more supply to work with. That is crazy. Does want to engage too soon though. Ideally, there we go. 33 more roaches on the way. Just bam, suddenly frees up 50 supply. That is crazy. Oh my god. Now, as amazing as that is, we need time to actually build up those roaches. There we go. We have 49 more roaches on the way. There's no Ravagers, which is a little bit concerning. So there's no easy way to bile down those tanks. So despite having all those roaches, Nina cannot push into these siege lines. Where are the Lings? Where are the Ravagers? Is Nina just going to try to brute force her way through? We get a couple of blinding clouds. Okay, nice blinding clouds. Blinding clouds are nice. These tanks are too far back. Yeah, the tanks are too far back. They're not helping. That's what, like 5 tanks doing nothing. And Nina overwhelms. Nina does overrun. Mixu out of position. Roaches do overwhelm. And Nina's going for the kill. Going for the catching those tanks on siege as well. Aye. Tanks, they get caught unsieged. And Nina's done it. May not be able to break the natural specifically, but can always just head towards it. Ah, she's going in. She's just going in. Doesn't even care. Okay, does care. Has to respect the tanks. Rotates over. But yeah, I would assume that this upgrade is too much. Doubling the roach count is crazy. Specifically, I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. It's insane. Insane, Batty, insane. Now behind this Mixu, he has a decent economy. He's on 64 workers. He's throwing down his bases. They're still up and running. And on the one hand, yes, Mixu is still in this game, but the scary thing here is that we're not done. We're switching into Broodlords. Broodlord switch is coming. What is the anti-air looking like? We have tanks, and we have more tanks. We have Banshees on the way as well. Mixu is stuck at replenishing his army with purely an anti-ground force to deal with all the roaches. The anti-air is not there. The anti-air is one Viking. He's got one Viking, he's got one Raven with mortar turrets. Like, that's all the anti-air that Mixu really has. Again, Mixu is not aware of what's coming his way, because now it's not about the roaches, it's about the Broodlords. The Broodlords are coming. Now, I do feel like, to be honest, if Mixu actually wasn't out of position, I think he could have still taken that fight, by the way. Like, if you remember, we had 5 tanks doing nothing. If those 5 tanks were actually within range with the army, I think he probably holds on to that choke point, this area specifically. I think he probably holds here, depending on how spread out he is, of course. Because the Vipers were helping with Blinding Clouds. That was another factor, of course. So depending on how he was set up, then I think he could have taken that fight. But regardless, was caught out of position. Here come the Broodlords. And again, what is the anti-air? One Viking. 1 Viking, 2 Cyclones, 1 Raven. And Nina, do we chase the army or do we go for the kill? We go for the kill. We're going for the kill. We're going for the base trade. CC goes down. Mixu moves in. Here we have the production. There's what, 2 Thors, soon to be 1. Oh god, the lion cards are brutal. And Nina will defend, Nina will attack, and we are going all the way to the ace match. We're going to game 3. So Broodlords are popping up. And GG gets called. There's just nothing at home, and Nina will tie up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. Whew, GG, well played. Again, Nina making use of that massive timing with the 1-5 roaches. Mixu not quite ready for that, not quite in position for that either. And again, even though Mixu did survive the push, did survive the roaches, Mixu was hyper fixated on mass anti-ground, was caught off guard by the Broodlord switch. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going over to game 3. Let's go. Let us go. I'm most curious as to what map it's going to be on, just because I do favor Mixu on these smaller maps. I favor Nina on larger maps. If we load into Magnatha or Incorporeal, I lean towards Nina. If we load into, say, Ultra Love or some of these smaller maps, then that's where I lean more towards Mixu. Where are we headed? Where are we headed? I think the one supply roach upgrade would also impact ZVZ quite a bit, because it probably means that you can stick with, instead of switching into lurkers, into Viper Lurker, you'd have the option to go into Hive, to go into the one supply roaches, and then just go mass roach in ZVZ. I think that would also be quite prevalent, for sure, because that would be a viable and more seamless tech transition, instead of investing into a Hive den and a Lurker den and the infestation bit and the Hive and Vipers and Lurkers. Like, yeah, that's also It's probably not good. It incentivizes, I think it would incentivize more Roach versus Roach in ZVZ, for sure. What else? I don't think it's going to impact ZVP, I'll be honest. Roaches, they already fall off as the game progresses in ZVP. Like, surviving, getting up to Hive Tech with Roach plays sounds crazy. I don't think it's going to impact that matchup too much. But here we go. Here we go. We're now getting to our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Cradle of Eden, we do have the Finnish Terran player. We have the blue Terran. Big force into the ace match. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Mixu. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the orange Zerg player. We have the orange Zerg. Oh, switching places again. Orange Zerg player. It is Nina. We go. Yeah, I'm thinking about like late game ZVT, because Roach base openers are typically to lead into ultras for that big power spike. Would it be viable to stay on Roach to get into Hive Tech to just go into one supply Roaches? Maybe. Against Mech for sure. Against Bio, big maybe on that one. Problem is the Roaches are just very inefficient units. Partly because of the supply, of course. I feel like testing would be required there. Like Roach versus Bio. Say Roach, I mean Ling, like Ling Bait Roach versus Bio. As Nina once again opening up Gasless. Ooh, on Cradle of Eden. Bold move. Now we saw something similar to this previously on Torches, which made more sense because Torches was more defendable. Here on Cradle of Eden, I'm not too convinced here. Yes, there is a ramp coming into the natural, so the natural is more defendable, but I can't say the same about the third. I mean, sure, it's a little bit less accessible than other third bases on other maps. True, but there we go. The SCV does confirm the third base. But does Mixu notice the progression on the third? It's almost done. It's almost done at this point. Does Mixu recognize that this is gasless? This is hyper greed here out of Nina, and a Hellion Dive can work wonders. So Mixu has the potential to punish. Mixu can punish Nina if he realizes what's going on. So we have a third CC on the way. So I'm double checking the format as well. Finals best of 5, okay. Wasn't sure. As Mix is getting his third CC, so he's not going into a 1-1-1 build, like 1-1-1 before third. So he's not being hyper aggressive. I don't think he knows. I don't think he's noticed. Basically, going gasless means faster expansion, harder droning, it means late link speed, late tech. Typically, it leads into Roach play, fun fact, just because your link speed is so delayed anyway. So typically, we would be seeing a Roach horn here with Neva Chamber. But link speed is being researched, but bearing in mind that we are staying in gas. Do stay in gas here. So we'll see where Nina takes us. Because link speed is so delayed, that's why Nina is very vulnerable to Hellion dives. But as we pointed out, it's like Mixu isn't really committing too hard into like Hellion aggression. And it's gonna be Lingbane. Okay, so Lingbane and Nina, not Roaches. Hellions do rotate. They head into the mineral lane, and drones are going to get roasted. It's one so far. USA gets one. Lings, they try to engage. That's going to be 5 dead workers. Getting 6, 7. Oh boy, getting into 8 drones. And again, these Lings, they can't really keep up too much here. They do get on top of some of the Hellions though. The last, it's going to be 8 drones. 8 drones, 10 Zerglings, 2 Overlords as well for 3 Hellions. A nice trade here by Mixu. Imagine this game, like imagine this damage, imagine that push, but with 8 Hellions instead, with Banshee support, without that 3rd TC, with just a bigger commitment into Hellion aggression here. I mean, that's what we've seen time and time again from players like Clem. But again, as we mentioned, like Mixu went for more of an economic follow-up. Still though, nice damage. Like nice damage out of Mixu. He rotates. Link speed is now done, so Nina does have greater potential to deal with this. Doors on the way. Start poking in. Oh, nice moves for the Hellions. Oh! Catching out a couple of Banelings. Banelings getting caught out. And Nina once again is going into Ling Bane Muta. Oh! Catching out the Hellions, not bad! And Nina does get us around. Hellions are being cleaned up. They get a couple of volleys off, but overall they will go down. And that will weaken the move out here from Mixu. Ideally, did want those Hellions to support the Bio Army. Stem is done. Spire's behind the natural. Mixu is unaware. Hooks in, doesn't scout. Check the main base. We have 13 mutas on the way. Again, Mixu, because he hasn't scouted this, he's just not ready. He's not ready for the mutas. He's not set up. Force to cancel. Let's cancel the expansion. Catching out one of the Banshees. Hit the natural. Yeah, they now finally reveal that again there are no turrets in position. There is a Bio Army though, so Mixu can at least protect his main. Ooh, but we're diving on tanks. Oh, the pickup though. Okay, nice save. Oh god, did I speak too soon? Oh, medevac goes down. So does one of the tanks. The other tank barely saved as well. Mixu has some nice moves, but overall he will still lose both medevacs and both tanks as well. Ay ay ay. Brutal losses there for Mixu, bearing in mind the mutas, they have 1 extra range than they previously did. Able to dip in, able to take advantage of that. But a lot of this also came down to lack of scouting. Remember, Mixu, he just had no idea. That's why the turrets were so delayed. It's 14 dead SCVs. see if Mixu can break through. God, there are so many points of elevation. Jesus. Has to push up a ramp into Nina. Yeah, Mutas they catch reinforcements. Ooh, as Mutas are caught out. Okay. So Nina, she will lose all of her Mutas, but you could argue that the damage has been done. Ooh, nice fungal. Nice fungal, nice catch. Mixu getting caught out, but still stimming in. And behind this, Mixu is A-Raxing. True. Is going for the A-Rax. This is designed to punish something like Lingbane Muta. Nice splits, nice spread, but the numbers are not here, and Nina is holding. Nina does hold on. I mean, a big thanks to that fungal earlier. If it wasn't for that, I feel like Mixu probably would have had enough to break then and there. Still might overwhelm. Remember, it's a 3-base all-in. Remember, it's a 3-base all-in out of Mixu. It's all or nothing. He's here to end the game. There's more infestors coming in. But the NG just isn't there. Yeah, there's no NG for the fungal. Another expansion goes down. Trying to collapse in. Oh! Let's catch the bio. Marines are going down. Nina again is barely holding on here. But here come the reinforcements. Oh no! No splits! And no splits, no spread. Marines going down. We're holding on to a couple of fungal growths. Nina has a couple of fungals remaining. Ooh, fungal doesn't quite connect. Yeah, it doesn't connect with the Marines. These two tanks that are so low, they do deal so much damage to the Lings. They put in the work. And Mixu's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. Nina has one more fungal available. Oof. Yeah, the fungal doesn't quite connect with the bio. Remember, Queens, they have been weakened in regards to their anti-ground. We have 14 mutas. Bold move. 14 mutas on the way. Marines, they're stimming in. Mutas, they can't engage on their own. They're trying to, but Marines, they will shut them down. Yeah, mutas are being shut down. They're being forced back. GG gets called. Nina has been broken, and Mixu will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. I do appreciate that we got to see some Muta play out of Nina. We saw it twice in this series. And again, Mutas, they have a little bit more micro potential in a sense, just because of their extended range. But it was an A-Rax. It was a 3-base all-in. Taking up into Muta play is not... Oh, just taking up in general, whether it would have been Mutas or Hydras, is not ideal up against an A-Rax. A-Raxes, they are 3-base all-ins that hit like a truck. They hit so hard. And alas, Nina could not quite afford to lose units like Mutas, like the Infestors as well. There were some really nice fungals, and it was a really close defense regardless, but some brutal losses for Nina, especially losing all the Mutas. Losing all the Mutas initially was a brutal start to that defense. GG. GG, well played. In the end, Mixu does claim the series and does advance on to the finals, and we have a TVT finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between Inexorable and Mixu. Let's go. Let us go. TVT finals. And the players, they need some time. They do need some time here to go over their vetoes. And bearing in mind, because Inexorable's coming in from the upper bracket, he's up 1-0. Inexorable, he is up 1-0. He already has a lead in the series. And we'll see if Mixu can recover from that. Coming into this finals, I'll be honest, Inexorable is the heavy favorite. So best of luck to Mixu. He's going to need it coming into the TVTs. Best of luck. Best of luck. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have our next TVT. see you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the grand finals. Let's grand finales here of the 5.4K patch clash number 2. Welcome to a very unique tournament that is featuring a new mod that has a bunch of proposed balance changes made by patches. Some of them are interesting, the others are a little bit more chaotic, maybe not the most balanced, maybe more for fun and entertainment at times as well. But it's all good. We're here to indulge, we're here to embrace, as we have our 2 finalists here. No surprises, by the way. TVT patches all according to plan. SMH, my head is spawning in the top right hand corner of Tokamak. We have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the yellow Terran representing Eximius Gaming. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Terran player. We have the blue Terran. It is Mixu. Here we go. TVT is going to be another interesting matchup just because I don't really know how much, once again, has been really... I mean, this is going to be a rematch between Inexorable and Mixu, true. But when it comes to the changes made to Terran, I don't know if much of it... I say I don't know if much of it... much of it doesn't really impact TVT. I'll be honest, like, a couple of things have been added that we didn't actually touch on. Like, you can salvage add-ons. Okay, but that's something we didn't quite pay attention to. I don't think that we've actually quite seen that, but you can salvage add-ons, for example, which can help. Of course, the sensor tower is different. True that, especially coming into the mid to late game for TVT, that is going to be impactful 100%. Especially because drop play and doom drops can be quite prevalent in TVT. So vision and map awareness and map positioning as well is so crucial when it comes to late game TVT. And with the sensor tower now being a little bit weaker, just because now it's got like more of a pulse effect instead of like a static vision instead, then I can definitely see a world where you can try to time your doom drop to go through past the sensor tower and get into enemy lines and get into the main base, or get into the natural, get into some of the bases undetected. True, like I can see that coming into play. That's in a longer game state. That's in a longer game in the late game. Outside of that, there's some other like more subtle changes, like for example the upgrade where the tank doesn't deal as much friendly fire. True, like that'll help in TVT, I suppose, at least a little bit. Maybe not the most impactful for TVT. The armor for the planetary has been increased, so the planetary is going to be a little bit more durable against drop play as well. Outside of that, I don't think there are many changes that are going to impact things too much, though. I guess if we get into mech, like we can start talking about the new site or the reversion of the Cyclone. If we see mech from either player. And I guess, again, Banshees are a little bit more viable. True. Of course, how could I forget? I would think that maybe in this patch, maybe the biggest change outside of the sensor tower for TVT is the Raven. Raven anti-armor missile was removed and replaced with a repair drone. So that's, we probably will see, again, if we get into the mid-game. If we get into like mid-game, mid to late game. But now though, we do have a little bit of a trade here. Inexorable, he'll bleed out extra units. The Cyclone has arrived. Inexorable, he will hold, but overall that was a better trade for Mixu, as Mixu does take down one of the Hellions and preserves his own. So it's highly a better trade. Do you have a follow-up? Quickly reading up on the Raven here. Let's see. A lot was changed when it came to the Raven, if I recall correctly. So the Raven is a little bit cheaper. Builds faster, has less HP, is a little bit faster movement-wise as well. Auto turret HP was increased. Oh, okay. So increased HP on the auto turrets. Endurance matrix cost was increased. So here, from 50-50 to 100-100. Research time was increased. Spell cast cost was increased from 75 to 100. Okay. I feel like we can see the purpose of those changes. Scrolling down, removed anti-armor missile, added repair drone. 50 energy. Effects drops the repair drone that repairs units at a rate of 12.6 health points per second. Same as medevac for 17 seconds. Okay. Interesting. I think overall reducing the strength of interference matrix is probably a good thing. I know that a lot of the pro Terran players have been asking for a nerf to the Raven specifically for TVT, because late game TVT has become like Raven versus Raven just because of the strength of the Raven with its interference matrix, with its auto turret, and with its anti-missile as well. Like there's just a lot of value in the Raven, and it's quite powerful in TVT. Oh, nice catch on the Raven though. Speaking of, one Raven goes down. Nice catch here from the Inexorable. In saying that though, so one, it means that there are going to be less interference matrices, true, but at the same time, it is going to be even more valuable for a mech army. There's going to be a way to repair on the fly, outside of just muling or bringing SCVs. But now though, we have a Biotank. We have a Biotank, we have our initial move out here from an Inexorable. Interference Matrix is ready. Meanwhile, we do see that Mixu, he is not. He's working into early stim. So slightly earlier stim out of Mixu. He's moving out to expand. As he moves out, that's the time where an Inexorable can move in. He spots the army. Inexorable is sharking around. He'll have 3 matrices. Whereas typically he'd have like 5. But again, there's still not that many targets for a Matrix, so you can still commit, for sure. As Inexorable plays it safe, gets his 3rd base a little bit later than his opponent. And we have Biotank from both players. Getting into our Biotank. Oh, true. Sorry, my apologies. Inexorable, he does start up 1-0. And also, it's Gamba time if you're in the chat. I do so a little bit engrossed getting into the match itself. But it is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will be our champion. Yes, as you mentioned, as Patches did clarify, Inexorable, he's up 1-0. Mass Disable does disable 3 of the tanks, and with that, Inexorable, he should be able to break through. He should just bust on through here. Takes down the tank line. He will siege up, and Mixu, he cannot defend. He cannot hold on. Not against this. Again, Matrix was nerfed and the Raven was nerfed, but despite that, still overwhelms. And Inexorable, he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh, GG, well played. Unfortunately, Mixu, he lost his first Raven and he had no defensive Ravens. Ravens are so crucial when it comes to that early timing. The early to mid game, that first kind of interference matrix timing can be very, very powerful, very strong. And without your own counter matrices, it's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a tough hold, a tough defense. And with that, Inexorable, he does take the game. He takes a 2-0 lead. And now we're getting ready for game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. we're almost there. We're almost there, Pat. Slower moving mice. Oh, there you go. I can't quite recall what that's in reference to. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. And I'm hoping that Mixu can make a series out of this for sure. Hoping that we can bring it back. As we mentioned before, Inexorable is coming as the heavy favorite. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, here we go. We're getting ready. Looks like game 3 is going to be on torches. Oh boy. Aye. A game 2 or torches. Go. Otherwise, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Hope you all had a good time. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here today, we're going to be back later on in the evening with the podcast. That's going to be at 8 p.m. AEST. That's going to be in around 6 hours. Jesus. In around 6 hours' time, we're going to be live with the podcast. It's later on this evening. And tomorrow, we're going to be live with the Little League Cup as well. Jesus. Yeah, a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. What I will also emphasize as well is that we might be cutting back a little bit of our casting in the coming weeks. Right now we have a really busy schedule, but I don't know if I can do that anymore. For those that are curious, if you remember, I do have some pet bunnies now, and typically my schedule will just be non-stop just casting StarCraft. But nowadays I do need to spend time with them as well. So I don't know if I can keep up the like casting twice a day every day anymore. Maybe we'll see. We'll figure things out. Regardless, we're getting into our grand finals, and we have potentially the final game of the series as spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Torches. We have the yellow Terran player. We have the yellow Terran, the Brazilian Terran representing Xamiz Gaming. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player. We have the Finnish Terran. It is Mixu. Go. And welcome 1-0 to Torches. Torches is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. One of the more aggressive maps. There's some quirky builds that you can go for where you can mine through these patches, gain access to the center bases. Like, there's some crazy things you can go for. Likewise, shorter rush distance by air, so you can go for drop play a little bit faster as well. You can be in the face of your opponent. I'll be honest, I haven't casted too many TVTs on Torches, so we'll see if we go for anything too crazy. Double gas opener. Inexorable is going for a faster factory, faster tech out of our yellow Terran. Meanwhile, Mixu doing the same. So far we have mirrored builds. Mirrored builds between Mixu and Inexorable. Let's go. Let's go. Too much StarCraft. Too much content even for Light to keep up with. True. I mean, I do my best. But like now that I have pets, now that I have to, you know, care for other beings outside of just like myself and my family, like, it's, you know, takes time, takes dedication. So that might take away from StarCraft a little bit. And now is not the time. Like right now, like we're deep in StarCraft. Like right now we have like StarCraft Evolution League, we have RSL, we have Maestros of the Game. Like we have a lot of content going on right now, and I do feel bad about like recently I've been missing some SEL casts, like some StarCraft Evolution casts, which is a shame. It's a lot of fun covering StarCraft Evolution, but there's just so much to cast. We'll see. Shall see. How you not covering every single thing that comes out ever? True. Smooth. For now, though, again, we have standard openers. We see Mixu dipping his toes in. He should not be pushing up the ramp as he will take some shots to the face. Oh no! And he will lose the first Reaper. One Reaper goes down. He will lose a second. Oh. Can he get... Oh, yeah, there we go. 2 Reapers do fall. A brutal trade here as Inexorable doesn't lose a single unit. Inexorable, he will lose nothing. He's going across the map. He's going for the counterattack, and back at home, Mixu, he's going to have to try to hold on now that he has now his down supply, down in units. One Hellions healing up on left-hand side, which means there's that much less to defend. The CC is going to be delayed. Oh, God. CC is delayed. Here we can threaten to dive off the ramp. And Mixu is stuck on base. He's stuck on one base, stuck on one expansion. The Deeper is going to go down. We can't even pull the boys because there's Hellions here, and this might just be it. He's going in for the kill. Nice control, pulls away the weakened Hellion. Well, it does pull away. Boys are being pulled, and Mixu will hold. Mixu, he will hold on. But again, lost 2 SCVs. His CC was heavily delayed. Inexorable, he's freely mining on 2 bases already. The orbital is now done, so now he can mule. Economically, Inexorable, he is in a very strong position. But Mixu does have extra Hellions, and he's making more. What? Okay. It's calming down. So he's got 4 Hellions now to work with. Here for some drop play, and Mixu, he needs to do some counter damage here. As he moves out, so does Inexorable. They do spot each other. They do spot each other. There's not much of him to defend. Dropping to the main, going for the SCVs. So far, getting 2 SCV kills, nothing major. Hellions, they dive into the mineral line. And workers are going down from both sides. Oh no! The workers are lining up. Up! Yeah, they are lining up, getting up to 9 SCV kills across the map. That's going to be 15 the entire mineral line. Oh no! He's out of the gas geyser. 20 SCV kills, critical damage. And that might just be game. That might just be game then and there. 22, GG gets pulled as Inexorable. He will claim the series 3-0. He'll be this week's Patches Clash champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense series here for the finals. Really short games, really short matches. Again, Mixu a little bit less experience with Terran does mean that early game leads can just snowball out of control. It can be very, very punishing, and Inexorable did punish. He did punish quite hard, quite well. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Inexorable. And shout out to Mixu for, again, competing, for taking part, taking place. And shout out to Patches, of course. Shout out to Patches for creating the mod, for hosting the tournament as well. I believe has been adjusting the mod over time as well, has been working on it. So there's definitely some really cool things about the mod. What I will say is that, especially towards the tail end of this tournament, specifically in TVZ, there was, I mean, it was pretty standard, as in it looked pretty similar to what we're used to in StarCraft 2, just because a lot of the changes don't really impact a lot of ZVT. I'm sure there are some changes to the muta, but that's very niche. Likewise, some changes. I mean, I would say that a lot of the changes come into play in longer games. A lot of them, they come into play in longer games. Like I was talking about the strength of the Ghost. I do feel like the Ghost is much more powerful against certain Zerg compositions, and yeah, I'm asking Inexorable for his thoughts, and he's saying that this mod is really good for Terran. he's saying especially TVP, where Terran is, he feels really strong against Protoss with this mod, and likewise against Zerg as well. For sure. I do feel, I said this before, I do feel like Zerg is the race that was touched the least in this patch. I do feel like they were like the least impactful kind of like additions. There are definitely some things that are crazy, like the 1 supply Roach, but again, I do also feel like that's a little bit more niche. Like I can see that, of course, working against mech. I can see it's being a problem in ZVZ as well. Like I don't know if it's a good thing to incentivize just pure Roach versus Roach in ZVZ, like in my mind. Yeah, and he's always saying that he thinks that some ideas are maybe a little bit over the top, like the Roach supply thing. Oh, he actually spoke about changelings. I didn't even notice. Hold on, what's a changeling change? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the Overseer. I kind of glossed over that. Oh no, he wants it addressed. Okay. And Inexorable is also touching on something that we spoke about during the podcast, which I'm fully ready for if need be. I think Pig, he touched on it as well, talking about how the future of StarCraft, it's possible that we might not actually get a patch from the developers, from Blizzard, and we might have to create our own patched mod instead and make our own balance for the game. I can see the community getting behind that quite easily, in the sense that I spoke a lot about how it's something that we've already done. If you remember last year, something that I'm really proud of, this is a little bit of a tangent, but something that I'm really proud of is what the tournament organizers were able to achieve together. If you remember, the previous patch, or this most recent patch during the PTR phase, had the most testing ever done, because all the tournament organizers in unison, myself included, Stegosaurus with Pigosaur Cup, likewise the Monday Night Weeklies as well, KSL, the Korean StarCraft League, and other online tournaments, all in unison. I think Wardy TV was the only one that didn't do it. Wardy didn't do it, but that was only because his hands were tied with OSC. I remember that. But for the most part, all the online tournaments, we all switched to running our tournaments with the PTR mod. So all the games were played on the PTR mod so that we can get the most testing we could during that PTR phase. Same with TLMC. When TLMC came around, we all switched our map pools to TLMC maps instead. Different varying pools, like we would use some maps, Wardy would use some maps, Pigosaur would use some maps, KSL would use some maps, but we all like switched over to using those maps, and we all switched over to using the mod as well. In the future, if it leads into that, we're already going to do it. We're already going to do it for the next TLMC. The next TLMC has already been announced. So we're already going to be doing that as well, where we all switch our map pools to a fresh map pool with the Team Liquid map contest. That's already going to happen. But something that, again, has been done before that we probably could do as well is all the tournaments can all switch to a balanced mod that isn't official by Blizzard, but one that is agreed upon by all. Not saying that this would be the mod for that. I think even patches would say that a lot of this is still work in progress. A lot of this is like fun ideas, less so to be, meant to be like balanced completely, for sure. Bear that in mind. This is just like testing out some fun ideas, some fun concepts to maybe be later refined, but if need be, like, I can definitely see a world where all of us tournament organizers, we all agree to use a mod that does balance the game, that does patch the game, and that is the version of the game that we all in unison decide to play with and compete with in these tournaments. So I can definitely see that being, or the potential future. I'm not saying that that has to be the case. Maybe Blizzard will push through a patch if we propose something together. But if they don't, then I can see that being the case. And I can see it very easily being done. Just because it's already been done before, where we all agree to use a mod with changes to the game, we could all agree again to use a mod with changes to the game as well. So if need be, like that's a future that we are all ready to kind of like embrace. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's catching up. Inexorable was suggesting changelings be seen by the section. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I think so. He's headed to bench. Headed to bench. So yeah, I really think the mod approach is something that could be achieved even if we still get patches. Testing balance can be mod bases before going to PTR. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think there's space for that, 100%. Use one way or the other. So that's something that that we as a community have to be ready to kind of like embrace and go through as well, for sure. And yeah, patches, I'm sure is going to be a big part of that as well in his own way. The patches have put in a lot of work when it comes to creating these balance mods, and I'm sure it does. I think patches also helps out a little bit with Pig. I think if Pig ever kind of like has a proposed balance patch mod, I want to say that maybe patches is involved in making that happen and helping with that sort of thing. But regardless, yeah, definitely an exciting and interesting future to come when it comes to StarCraft, and the future of StarCraft, the future of balance, the future of the patch. Yeah, something to bear in mind, and I'm sure we're going to be discussing during the podcast later on in the evening as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, thanks for support, we do appreciate it, and we are going to be heading off for the evening. Again, shout out to Patches for running the event, for creating the mod, and again, we'll see what comes of this in the future as well. When it comes to the rest of our schedule here, bam, we do have our schedule before you. We are going to be covering the podcast. That again is going to be in 6 hours. 6 hours time, we're going to be live with the podcast. And currently, you can see our schedule is full of StarCraft. We did not cast any StarCraft yesterday. Unfortunately, I was a little bit sick. I was under the weather, so I did miss some casting. Specifically, yesterday we missed out on the Pegasus Cup and StarCraft Evolution. So we did miss 2 casts yesterday with Pegasus Cup and SCL. Likewise, as I just mentioned, because currently I'm kind of restructuring my life a little bit, or I have other priorities, I don't know if I'm going to be able to cast StarCraft as much. I'm going to cast StarCraft daily still, but maybe once a day. And if that's true, there's going to be a lot of StarCraft that we miss casting. There's just so much StarCraft going on, and casting once a day is not good enough. It's not good enough, so I do feel a little bit anxious about that, but we'll see moving forward. For the time being, you can see that we have KSL over the weekend, MSO, STC, SEL, Little League Cup on Friday as well. If I do end up cutting out some casts, it's typically going to be in the morning. Typically the morning cast is what I would cut out, so we'll see. We'll see what happens moving forward. But yeah, we'll see what happens moving forward. But again, we'll cast as much StarCraft as we can. As I mentioned, we should be casting at least once a day every day. Missing Wednesday was an exception, just because unfortunately I was a little bit sick. Here in Australia, it's very cold. It's very cold in Australia. We are deep in winter. It's been raining a lot as well, and unfortunately I did get a little bit sick from that. But I'm feeling a lot better. A couple of days later, I'm feeling a lot better, so we're all good to go. Should be good for the podcast. I'm recovering. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys later on tonight for the podcast, or tomorrow for Little League Cup. I will say that we should for sure be casting Little League Cup tomorrow. For StarCraft Evolution League, that's a maybe. That's going to be a maybe, depending on if I'm available in the morning. We'll see. We shall see. But thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We do appreciate it. And we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao. Papi ciao. See you next time. I wish it was cool here. It's hot as balls in Texas. Our summer hits in December. Our summer, I think maybe for those in the northern hemisphere, it's kind of weird to think about, but our summer hits like for Christmas. Like for Christmas, it is insanely hot. I think like 38 degrees Celsius, 40 degrees Celsius, peaking at like 42, 43. Like that's like December, January, deep in the summer. Wear no clothes, baby, no clothes. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support, and we'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow for some more StarCraft. See you then. Hasta luego. Hot Sinner, yes.